updated writ of mandamus in two parts for 2022. One part will be an injunction of relief, and the other part will be stipulation of damages sought for forced vaccination. First part of the injunction of relief includes relief from local jurisdiction because of accusations on the internet, egregious accusations that are not true and unfounded. The injunction of relief puts the jurisdiction and any warrants or any court business will go through the Arizona State Supreme Court, and damages sought for any government agency, county agency, state agency, or entity forces vaccination upon Mr. Cox. Damages that we sought no less than $1 million. This bit of mandamus includes any and all jurisdiction, state, federal, county, and any court business. Grand jury decision will be routed for the state Supreme Court for approval or any warrant or process or survey can be done on Mr. Cox in the state Supreme Court. Thank you for checking this out. Once again, Mr. Aaron B. Cox, 12 January, Wednesday, 2000.
I want to give a shout out to my company, the company that I work for, YouTube, for letting me play all this copyrighted material and giving me free reign on YouTube to do whatever I want. Yeah.
See those tactics?
Il faut péter le taf. Twitter, click, pète le taf.
When I was a little girl, I didn't think there was anything that I liked better than ice cream. Now I'm a big girl, and I've decided there's something I like better. Much better. It's called the stuff. And believe me, now it's ever and
So tell me about the stuff.
Behavior modification stuff, provoking industry stuff, and the stuff, the ripple effect stuff, all this stuff, cicada stuff, the shadowbox stuff, the stuff with the internet folks, the graphical stuff, continuing homestead stuff, a lot of this stuff is connected to the stuff with the Smith modernization and all that other stuff. They were involved with this stuff. They some of this stuff. Rules and stuff, craziest stuff you'll ever heard now, voice control stuff, telling them stuff. Hey, I'm not cool with that stuff. There's so much stuff, virtues and all that stuff from between industries. That stuff does connect to the Attorney General,
You got any of the stuff?
underground mold stuff, and all this stuff going on with the Sentinel. A lot more stuff out there. Ventilating stuff. You want the hard stuff. But I'm not touching that stuff with a 10-foot pole. I stay away from some of that stuff. Dirty bomb, hoaxes, and stuff. Trademark stuff. That stuff about people, that stuff is a bit different than the ART stuff with that 23
Fuck yourself, punk.
Since you guys are clapping, can I get a clap? Like a steady clap, like.
Yo, what's up, you guys? Hope you're having a good day at home or night or wherever the fuck you're doing. This song is a very special song to me because I know it's a very special song to you. Many years ago, I'm talking many, many years ago, I did a movie called Son-in-Law. Clap right there, you clap. Clap. I mean, I'm not telling you to clap. They're telling you to fucking clap. Okay? Yeah, they're telling me to clap. And this song is, it says, I think I did it on the Combine or some shit, but this song is requested by all the fans on my YouTube channel, all 60
over there telling me that I'm
you
a
know, my
Thomas
members,
Schoenberger,
right?
and
got
I
about
need to
63
get my
members.
Thomas
Sal's
Muffin.
here, he's falling asleep. All right, here we go. So this is a song called "Thank God I'm a Country Boy," and I hope you guys like it at home, Well, since my baby left me, I found a new place to dwell. I found a thing to my mind. A heartbreak hotel, baby, yeah.
So tacos, keep your healthy boundaries
Baby, I'm so lonely,
and go get your promised muffin.
I'm so lonely, I can die.
Sounds like you and Jamal both, huh?
Life on the farm
I can email him right away. Oh, he contacts tomorrow, right?
Early in the sack. Thank
Ooh.
God I'm a country boy. Well,
Did I say something I shouldn't have?
No harm. Raising me a family, working on the farm. Days are all filled with the easy country.
See, I don't care.
Thank God I'm a country
I'm
boy.
here to be here. I'm not here to twirl or to lark.
Got cakes on the griddle. Life ain't nothing
Good
but
luck
fun,
with all that, everybody.
Thank God I'm a country boy. Well, work's all done and the sunset low. Pull out the fiddle and I'm rising at the bow. Kids are asleep, so I keep it kind of low. Thank God I'm a country boy. Play Sally Good all day if I could, but the Lord and my wife
over there telling me that I'm with Thomas Schoenberger, and I need to get my Thomas
Thank
number.
God I'm a country boy. Here we go.
Fox over there baiting me about Dave Axel. It's never ending.
Nothing but a fun riddle. Thank God I'm a country boy. Here we go, here we go. Here we go. All you country folk out there, here we go.
Oh, huh?
Well, I couldn't
I
dream
can
my life
email
one time
him
ago.
right away.
Never was one
Oh,
of
he
those
contacts tomorrow, right?
Then I'm humming too. Thank God I'm a country boy.
Did I say something I shouldn't have?
How to riddle, taught me how to live to the wing on the griddle. Taught me how to love,
See, I don't
live a
care.
little. Thank God I'm
I'm
a
here
country boy.
to be here. I'm not here to twirl or to lark.
Cakes on the griddle.
Life ain't nothing but a fun riddle.
Over there telling me that I'm with Thomas Schoenberger, and I need to get my Thomas number. Fox over there baiting me about Dave Axel. It's never ending.
Yeehaw! 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 You did good. Give it up for Bill DeGilio. Well, I fiddled my brother to the day he died. Took me by my hand coming to the side. Said you for fall that the fiddle was cry. Thank God I'm a country boy. Daddy taught me young, taught me how to fiddle. Taught me how to work, taught to be on the griddle. Taught me how to love
Over
and
there
live
telling me that I'm with Thomas
Thank God I'm a
Schoenberger,
country
and I need to get my Thomas number.
Somebody got me your fiddle.
Fox over there baiting me about Dave Axel. It's never ending.
Thank God I'm a country boy. Thank God I'm a country boy. Yeehaw!
Man, Carl, that was good, son. Dang, son.
Those who support sexual misconduct with minors. Isn't that right, Lisa Lake, Aaron, and Colleen? Oh, poor Lisa Lake. I haven't even mentioned her name. I won't click on her clip. Just reading the title tells me not to click on it. Tongue twister. But nice job, Lisa Lake. Yep. You're protecting Aaron, who just in my last video alone. I mean, if you want the full scoop, where he says the guy can't even get a hard on anymore, he's protecting him so much. But you're up in there all the time now, aren't you, Lisa Lake? You sure do enjoy it. Ken's over there just loving it too. Oh, Katie, baby Jane, you're over there just loving it too. The comments were quite interesting. I guess you got a view from me, you should say it. You didn't get a watch from me. You have to get to the comments. Don't you, Lisa Lake? How have you and Aaron been doing anyway? I've been wondering because, like I said, there's a YouTuber that I think's Mormon. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'm just giving you some details about him that I've now asked Aaron twice about. Because the dude's been talking about the Bundys and LaVoy and putting up some footage of that. And, well, Aaron talked about the wife quite a bit back in the day.
And now a sneak peek of the next feature. Oh dear. Twitter Pig has a broken wing. But don't worry, here comes Blazing Scar to save her. Please, don't. Thank you, Tabby. Just in time. Twitter.
This big group of all you trolls out that have gathered together. And you want me to name them out? Dang. Let's start there. Taz, Colleen, Shrek, I can keep on going. Lisa Lake. I mean, just do your Muppet Show. Go do your Muppet Show.
Dude, and then his wife was like curling him. His wife is freaking looks like she can inch twice if he can. And apparently picks him up. So that was funny.
Did you guys hear that somebody's wife was out of town dog sitting?
I'm not
Kate's face was all over it. I was like, take the slobber, give her a rag. And gross, what a visual.
Oh my god, you're so bad.
No, we're poking fun, we're not going low.
Go fuck yourself. Go kill yourself. Yeah, I'll suicide troll you.
We're poking fun and making life happen.
Yeah, I haven't wished him death.
Nope.
Like his sidekick has Scotty, so I got plenty of
I'm just being honest. I think I remember telling you something.
Well, that's
right.
Everybody
I
should
really
know.
believe it. I think he's such a piece of shit. I think society and be better off without him. But
I think we need to be told that too. Because I've been suicide trolled. His little guy Stephanie singing and checking his sorry self in the camera. With that little stick and big coat down on.
He feels weird time, I know. I keep hoping for it to
I really fear that I think his kids are gonna kill him. I thought a couple people dragging up to the sidewalk with his kids are gonna kill him. I hate him. Probably jumping the Wi-Fi wire. As well, Eric and he basically him. He's a big Wi-Fi notice as well. Don't they didn't warn you?
He's totally got an obsession with him right now. He's, go play with the Muppet. That's more your age style.
But basically, it's an extortion ring. They see somebody with creative ability and money. They see something like your videos, GC. You're showing some creative talent. Aaron Cox is a trust fund baby. And he's a psychopath. And he's known for the law because I was questioned about whether I knew him or not. I was questioned by the Port Authority when they were looking into the explosion videos. I'm not bluffing or lying or exaggerating, TC. On top of it, Aaron Cox and Sugarshine's boyfriend sent emails to a number of people, including officials here in Nueces County, that were essentially blackmailing the Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton.
Yeah, me too. Me too, Gus. Yeah, because you know what Aaron did? Aaron's been looking for my behind, okay? For my gluteus maximus all over the internet, and when he couldn't find it, he He made it up. He had actually stalked a woman and got her on cam, her naked butt, and then he posted a video saying it was me. That he finally found my butt. I'm like, that's pretty sad. That's pretty sad. Yes, Aaron, I have the receipt. And I ain't talking about the toilet paper either. Buckle up for fits. Let me tell you what else. Okay. I have all Aaron's hot tub. Yeah, Aaron used to troll me from his tub. And, let me just say, he let it all hang out. And you know what? And then he'll say, oh, he'll act like, oh, I was just innocently in my hot tub and, you know, and then she made it into something. No. He titled them Naked Hot Tub Politics. Like, come look at me, I'm naked. And even then, I didn't want to look. But I had to because he would attack me. He would attack me ruthlessly. He's even hunted me down on Facebook and shit. Like, I don't even understand why. Actually, he fell in love with me. He fell in love with me, and I said, no, I can't. Aaron, no, I'm not interested. Then he got mad, and then we've been enemies ever since.
Yeah, right.
I'm not even going to say
I don't even really know Aaron. He was from he had called Marcus, Aaron. You've called me a lot of people.
Becky. He's very caring.
Becky, poop.
Oh, I know. He's
Becky. Becky,
Can't say Harry like an 8, yeah.
Becky. Poop. Becky.
Veltman, just go away.
Becky.
Go make another sock. It's another entrapment. And so the mechanic stayed just talking. We still got a video about it. As soon as the talking was over, he has this live stream, and that's where he really got into the Cheddar thing. I heard this Cheddar stuff mentioned elsewhere, but they really didn't get into it. But he was in a conversation with Arnott and Stairs about it, and they're planning more of these events. I guess Aaron Cox is going to have this talking, the sidewalk thing spread out through the pop stalker community, and
Becky.
you know, do his thing with it. By the way, Lee, man, something, name dropper. I thought it was man dropper.
Becky.
Name dropper, Vel woman.
Becky.
I don't think that's Lee Veltman. I think that's somebody that's trying to make fun of Lee Veltman.
Becky. Poop.
I don't think he'll be taken in because I think they're afraid he's contagious, but it's not COVID. They don't know what it is. It's Coxid. Toxic Coxid.
Becky.
But anyway. Yeah, so he's in on this stuff, right? They're planning this thing. And I'm thinking this is a bad combination. The Cockstalkers, the Proud Boys, and maskphobics. Maskophobia. Can we call it that? Maskophobia? Yeah, these are maskophobics. It's a bad combination.
Becky.
I don't know where they're planning to go with this.
Becky. Poop.
Watch me. Sugar, aren't you a Montessori teacher?
Ooh, interesting.
Sugar, why are you and Aaron P. Cox working together on the Quantum Larkbot channel going after Donna Emerald and them? You think I won't talk to Donna Emerald and get her to explain some of this stuff?
Tommy,
Video, Sugar Sean, I'm asking and begging you to. Stop running your mouth, stop making videos.
Okay, so that's some commie stuff. Stop this and stop this. But listen.
Sure, I want you to make more.
Wait a minute, but he wants to. See, he's so triggered, he can't keep it straight.
I'm asking and begging you to. Stop running your mouth.
Mind you, I'm out actually doing yard work and chores while I do this.
No, stop making videos. Never. I want you to make more. Hopefully you can use this and make yourself YouTube famous. You could be the next DeFango. You could be the next Arturo Tabiasculus. You could be
Or the name dropper Velt Woman Pleatherman that's going nowhere. And, you know, for me, I'm not monetized or anything. I'm not looking for fame or fortune. I'm dropping everything that I can for free. I might explain some things to a few people. Shit, I mean, I'm not working with Dave Ackman or anything. I've never even talked to the guy. I actually said to him once in a comment that he could give diatomaceous earth to his cat for worms because he was worried about it. That's about it with Dave Ackman. Huh. You trying to say I'm working with Dave Ackman? Okay, everybody have a good day. I'm back to chores. Peace out. Have a good weekend.
Well, that's not my time, sorry. Even today, I'm still snarling about it. And the amount of time I spent today going through, grabbing screenshots, you know, clipping audio, whatever, because I was just going to come on and just dump the lot and say, right, fuck up, this is it, you're a line prick. Right, now, show me what you've got. And I know that in the long run, that's the most stupid thing to do, given what we're working towards.
Again, don't know. You know me. I'm already upset with you saying that. No, that would not be stupid to do. We're going to drag this person over the coals for the next 2 years, and hopefully we'll be filing a motion against them for cyberstalking and harassment and defamation.
Well, that's a lot of what I was doing last night.
So again, you can make a motion. I'll drive to that statement. I'll file that motion. Guaranteed.
Oh, I mean, I can file down here and we can file up there too. That'd be interesting. My goodness, I mean, let's face it, that was over international borders, wasn't it? Yeah, that's really interesting.
Actually, unfortunately, Dan, that's not a joke. That's a cult.
Yeah.
That's a cult I'm actually trying to expose. You know, people want to come in here asking questions about what happened last night. Well, people that doxed Jolly fucking were online trying to deny that they doxed someone and saying it was a clone sock account when we know the IP address there already. So we'll be exposing this stuff eventually. Right now, we're going to keep our aces hidden because we don't need to show everyone our whole hand yet. See, we're playing 5D checkers now with some stupid idiots trying to play chess. Renee, the anti-vaccine stuff that connects with Del Bigtree and the International Tribunal of Natural Justice. Let's see if I can really get these idiots on their beta bikes to get twiggered, and then I'll start going meow, meow, zero, like me now. Told you all this stuff with Cazette 3 years ago with NeoQ Tommy, stuff I wasn't going to let go, and I'm going to make sure I know exactly who's talking to who around that stuff with NeoQ Tommy in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with Aaron Cox and Sugar Shine and all that stuff connecting back to a bunch of other names now that I don't have to say. I don't care if I confuse you, Tree Renfro. You were stupid when I first met you. You told me to take a Valium when I was telling you not to live stream with Thomas Schoenbergers and your drug dealer. Yeah, we're going to be patient. We're going to be patient. See, this is where I'm going to help out with other people learning what dragging is. See, being trolled is hard enough, but when you're getting dragged year after year by people who are changing their names on their accounts. Well, we got the IP address. How long ago did we have that IP address?
The day it happened, actually.
Okay, exactly. Now, because we have that information, we can use certain other web link, Linux, Parlor, Parker, whatever name I want to say to the different web pages up there, we can go and get private information if you pay a $20 fee.
Yeah.
So we have the family name, the business name, home address, business addresses. What can we do with that? We can get people to send their email addresses to freaking spam accounts. We could get them spammed to death. You know, they want to come in here and send the bots over here. Thanks, Aaron and Anton. You think we don't know about the granny fluid and Eric Spitfire and all that stuff going back to the Balfour standoff? Well, Aaron, I'll never discuss binaural beats with an idiot who doesn't know what a carbon-60 atom is and how to look up the Monroe Institute to learn more about binaural beats and the EEG helmet and all that stuff and how that stuff works. I've known about it for years. And some people better be glad I'm not trolling them under the bus, because I want to be using shots about Ben Mac trolling me with J-Man and jibbing them. Since certain people over there saying I had LARPers Tourette's, they should understand I hold a grudge for a long time when people can throw me under the bus and try to, me and my Blue Yeti team we're just trolling. It's all in good fun. Blue Yeti team we're just trolling. It's all in good fun.
Yeah, it's not so fun when it's happening all day, every fucking day, everywhere you go.
Yep, but if they want to keep mentioning the Attorney General of Texas and the Attorney General of Oklahoma, I'm good with that. Please keep doing that, Sugar. Go ahead and mention Ken Paxton, Shadowbox Strategies, Ed Batowski, Joseph Raddick, Trevor Fitzgibbons, and other people. I talked to some of them.
Yeah, you can ask me something going up.
I'm tired of getting threatened with false fucking lawsuits, cease and desist and stuff that never happened. It's just what I'm saying is they've got videos on their channel mirroring us, saying we're slandering Aaron V. Cox, when Aaron V. Cox has got how many fucking sock accounts using my picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, how many? And actually, it's not your picture, it's re-copyrighted picture. It's not your picture straight up there, dinkus. Right? But we're gonna hear this out. Here comes Jolly.
Been catching that shit for a long time.
Right.
You don't realise it, Cox, but your balls are in a vice, mate. I'm about to light the fire, and you're gonna have to cut the bits and pieces off to release yourself. I'm sorry.
And the fact that he is so far away from the main target here is hilarious.
That's exactly right. And what are my balls doing in your little jar there, witch? Ratchet Face 2.0. So she got Cox's balls. She's got the whole setup there.
So what's up, Jiggy?
And whatever, they're just gonna cause trouble on the panel. Nobody else wants to be on the panel with them because they don't want it brought into theirs. It's just gonna get stuff started. Like, they can't just enjoy a stream, and it's gonna be something. And it's some kind of like, they always think everything's a SmackDown. What about that, huh? What about that? It's just gonna get stuff started. Like, they can't just enjoy a stream, and it's gonna be something. And it's some kind of like, they always think everything's a SmackDown. What about that, huh? What about that? Another thing that's been happening this week, Aaron keeps uploading little clips. What is that all about? Like,
And you know that. Own your shit.
I never even had a problem. Did you forget that I listened to that fucking live stream? Hear your ass talking
Oh,
about...
by the way, Schmatko, that song log in your chat today, that was Aaron. Just thought you should know.
So, but now, back to Aaron now. I wanted to make it clear that he says he's anointed and that he can give blessings. Anyway, so as far as the anointed ones go, I'm covered. Why would you get okay, if you were anointed, would you get on YouTube and be like, I think I'm anointed and I can give blessings and things?
No. Yeah.
Sometimes, like in that movie Powder, he gets hit by lightning, and that's kind of like he got hit by that antenna, so he could have like a superpower.
There you go. Good say.
Maybe he gets triggered like whenever he drives by like those radio antennas and stuff.
Mocking mental illness, that you did a mental illness video. About mocking mental illness, that you did a mental illness video. Why the fuck were you mocking mental illness when mental illness is mocked? It must be funny to be depressed and ready to hang yourself at times. I'm glad I'm not there anymore. But to still joke about it because I was there and because a family member of me wanting to do it that way because of a family member doing it that way.
That's a thing in my world, loyalty.
How much more education are you going to do and talk about your mental illness, talking and mocking mental illness? You can see the hypocrisy right as you watch it.
So many hypocrites.
All anybody has to do is put up a video.
Getting triggered by this stuff and getting gaslit and baited intentionally.
You guys will come out here and throw yourselves all under the bus.
Baited intentionally. Baited intentionally.
What dirty little assholes you all are. That's a fucking setup and a half.
Again, I know this. That's the thing is, I understand that part of the equation. People are getting gaslit and baited intentionally.
I'm so confused.
Because,
Because you sure didn't get one over on Lee or me. Lee fucking owns
Lee
your
asked
ass.
himself.
Oh, because he got one thing wrong. Becky. OB, Becky, it's easy to get confused. You rode that tiny little mistake and think you own. We have to own you every day of the week. Your intelligence level does not even reach to his intelligence level. And I don't even know why you try.
His arguments are invalid. You don't know what you're talking about.
Boogaloo stuff with all that other stuff, discussing this stuff, paneling up, talking about all this stuff, woo-woo stuff before they started talking about voodoo dolls and crystal balls.
And that's the beauty of it. So I'm glad that he pulled that one past you, and probably a few other people. But he showed that he talks about these stories with OJM was a big part of it. OV is another part of it, and then he confuses them again.
I already know.
Again, so he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking. Then he tried to accuse Lanny of shit. He's talking about Cade. I had to teach him about Cade. I remember he was like, "What?" So he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's throwing shit at the wall.
Oh, so he just
I mean, he knows maybe a little bit, but when his allegations that he was bringing forth were nonsensical at best. At no logic.
You know, but then the real world stuff happened. The restraining orders, that stuff, this stuff connects to other pockets of other YouTube creators, stupid idiot stuff. A lot of people didn't know about all that stuff, all that other woo-woo stuff.
You know what? That's 100% false because that's the only thing that finally got me to clearly see everything. Was listening to Dolly and Lee's streams.
Becky, poop. Becky, poop.
And the black goo nanobots and Enderbots and Diva buddies and all that stuff with his suicide troll jokes.
Becky, poop.
Because you sure didn't get one over on Lee or me. Lee fucking owns your ass.
Himself.
Becky.
Oh, because he got one thing wrong. Him getting
Becky,
I'm glad that you got clarity.
Becky.
And it's been spot on. With every... So isn't that kind of funny that you say that because you don't like him? But that's how I figured out so much stuff behind the scenes about Fred and about so many of these people.
Some of this stuff, but
I'm sorry.
Don't you think it's funny how you try to mock Lee, but Lee is clearly, he's been right on the dot in telling folks with what they have said and who's behind what.
I'm tired of sitting going twig of warning, and talking about mole kids and holy moly tongues and all that stuff. The fact that there was a shadow box strategies involved with certain people. That happened with alarm force.
Just because you say it doesn't make it true, so I'm just gonna say it's your show.
Well, I called out many of it, and everything's right on.
Maybe the trouble teen industry, you know, he's got that down. I doubt it. But you know, we'll time will tell. Time will tell. But what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think he. I know he has the trouble teen industry down, and I know he has his YouTube factory down because he's been in here and he's went through hell too, with a lot of the same crap that a lot of other people have went through.
Who?
So you don't Lee.
Oh, Lee.
You don't think he knows any of the YouTube crap, but he only knows the teen industry. Cox over there telling me that I'm with Thomas Schoenberger, and I need to get my Thomas Muffin. Cox over there baiting me about Dave Axton. It's never ending. See, it's just a game to you.
We're gonna have to outmaneuver. We got him! He's got nowhere to go! Oh, God.
You know he knows. You were just up here to troll to troll.
If the blue bog fish brigade thinks they want to make little puppet videos that's going to bother us, make 1,000 more.
But he's right.
What did I
You said you owned me and Lee. That's the only thing I said about you when you were in here.
You guys, I gave you rope, you hooked yourself. Heart is too soon, maybe.
If that makes you feel better, put your safety pin on, go back to your corner.
Lee did the worst. Lee did the worst. And then he was like, you rage quit on tacos? I mean, he was just throwing fucking shit at the wall. It was great.
Didn't have anything to do with that stuff, with the other stuff. That stuff, connecting that stuff was just a coincidence. Because with all this recent new stuff, with all that stuff, connecting to this stuff.
So I thank you so much for that.
No, Lee likes to do that every once in a while.
What, lose? Arguments? Like,
go off, just like I do too sometimes. It's fun.
Thinking about that stuff is going to trigger certain people.
So much on your street. Well, once you went on the fucking Kim's street, you lost your mind. You were bringing up people's families.
I have fun that day.
Fucking suicide trolling. But you were driving me for suicide trolling, and then you started doing it. And then you were like worried about families.
I wasn't suicide trolling them. I'm telling them exactly what they were doing. Lori came up there and said,
but you were grinding me for suicide trolling, and then you started doing it, and then you were like worried about
No,
family.
I wasn't suicide trolling them. I'm telling them exactly what they were doing. Lori came up there and said, "Get me a rope." All the fun and games, everything, from that moment on, yeah, she got me. She caught me off guard.
That's
because
what
I
I'm
didn't
saying.
think she would maliciously do something
You don't
like
know
that.
about
And from that moment,
OJ.
I told them all to get a rope. It doesn't matter, nothing. It was a joke. It was a joke. Because I was joking.
But if
like,
you
they
did,
take it
a
like
lot of
it's a
people
joke.
do.
And it's serious stuff. Hey, that's yes.
Okay, but right. No, I'm saying I don't know what the fuck happened.
That dude is a panel whore that will stay up here until the stream ends.
So I was saying, maybe I'll just listen to some Adam Smith for a while and really just try to understand his psychological processing and make a decision whether or not if I want to think like that or not.
I want to give a shout out to my company, the company that I work for, YouTube, for letting me play all this copyrighted material and giving me free reign on YouTube to do whatever I want. Yeah. See those tactics?
Unforbidden love. A forbidden love. Twitter. Click. In love.
I want to give a shout out to my company, the company that I work for, YouTube, for letting me play all this copyrighted material and giving me free reign on YouTube to do whatever I want. Yeah. See those?
Since you guys are clapping, can I get a clap, like a steady clap, like?
Over there telling me that I'm a Thomas Schoenberger, and I need to get my Thomas. Over there telling me that I'm a Thomas Schoenberger, and I need to get my Thomas. Over there dating me about Dave Atkins. Never ending.
Come here. All right.
Now,
when I say hey, I want you to say pig. Hey, hey. When I say hey, I want you to say pig. Hey, hey. All right, thank y'all so much.
it's like Becky.
And that was kind of when, that's when I knew that the story I was looking into was a lot bigger than I wanted it to be.
Yeah.
I want Ella Draper to have her kids back. I ain't talking about Hampstead. No one knows about Hampstead. No one knows about Hampstead. And I'll tell you right now, that David Shooter targeted individual guy, if he ever comes at me crooked again, I'll come right back at him just like he comes at me. I'm sick and tired of people asking me if I'm in the Illuminati or the Illuminatus or the Bavarians or the OTO or any other thing like that. It gets real old after a while. You know, and your whole family and a lot of your friends start to accuse you of things that are so far out in left field that you're just like, how do you believe that stuff? How do you get to the point in your life where you're stuck in this thing called the prison of belief?
Lisa Lane. I mean, just do your Muffin show. Go to your Muffin show.
Talk about this stuff with Tree Plant, Renee, and all the rest of it, motherfucker. Go ahead.
What about it? What about it, okay? Tell me more.
It's all about Blaney from Canada.
They called the cops on that. It's like, oh, that's Yaxley. Yaxley, called the cops on it. What the fuck?
And OVM. Please keep talking.
OVM? How many times do I tell you OVM is not the real person? You're confusing OJM and OV.
Well, he's not interested enough with OV. They can't figure out who's OVM.
Well, I knew when I put the picture out, I knew. So then when I show the picture of my son and I mark out all the identifiers, I knew someone would use it.
Again, I know this. That's the thing is, I understand that part of the equation. Other people out there don't. People's kids, people are taking pictures and getting triggered by this stuff and getting gaslit and baited intentionally.
I knew someone would use it.
Baited intentionally. Baited intentionally.
But I thought it would be someone that I thought was already really slimy.
Baited intentionally.
Really disgusting, that would use my son to jab at me instead of using me. Lisa Murrow would be one of them. I really didn't. Oh yeah. I put his body up there. I scribbled out his face and his tat so you couldn't see him.
She admitted to trying to set a trap for Taco.
So it's like, you know, it's not that big of a deal as an identifier. It's more like I knew it would have to be someone with no morals and no principles that would use it against me as a weapon. And the winner was Lisa Lake.
Winner, chicken dinner. Wow.
Lisa Lake was right.
Oh no.
Husband.
Oh, you fucking cunt. It's all about you. How do you like your Nazi bitch?
Husband, she goes after my husband, she goes after everybody, but she doesn't do anything wrong. She's pristine.
Oh, but you can go after an underage child who commits suicide.
Oh,
what? Prove it.
Don't play that game with me, Roy. I'm
Becky,
Becky.
Hold on, everybody, stop. I've never gone after
I'm gonna suicide drill myself right here in front of
I've never gone after anybody's daughter.
Go ahead.
never want to have anybody
Becky,
to kill
Becky,
you.
Becky, Becky.
You know what? When I have a fight, it's with the person. I don't fucking care. Like, I have you.
Becky, 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 poop. Becky, Becky, Becky.
All about Lori Melly. No, never.
Becky,
Yeah,
Becky,
it's about yourself. It's about money. It's about you. Don't blame me.
Becky, Becky, Becky. Becky, 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 Becky.
If I write to this out of your mouth from behind the screen.
Becky, Becky, Becky. Becky, poop, poop, poop. Becky, Becky, Becky. Becky, 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 poop. Becky, 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 Becky. Becky, 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 poop, 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 poop. Becky, Becky, Becky. Becky, Becky, poop, poop, poop.
Don't blame me.
Becky, Becky, Becky. Becky, Becky, poop, poop, poop. Becky, 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 Becky.
Becky can take it. Becky can dish it out. Becky can take it.
Becky, 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 poop. Becky, Becky, Becky. Becky, 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 poop, poop,
Pew, 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 pew. Block those people. Block them. I don't want, like I said, you see a sausage factory sock account coming in here, anyone with a weird funky...
Anyone with a blue tip?
Oh, yeah. And it's funny, the other channels that are now running around accusing people of being stalkers are mentioning those same sock troll accounts showing up. So it's probably just one or two or three people making new sock accounts and going and following all these things so they can record the streams.
Absolutely. It's funny, the first person that managed to do a stream sort of outlining where those people were. Funny how Lisa Lake's always up in the middle of all this shit. Have you ever noticed?
Well, I have noticed that a lot with her friend Synth.
Becky, 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 poop, poop. Becky, Becky, Becky. Becky, Becky, poop, poop, poop. Becky, 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 Becky. Becky, Becky, Becky,
happens on that score sooner than later. Number three, I think if you take a look at what we're talking about, you look to this coming Thanksgiving. You know, we're in a situation where we find that we are in a very different circumstance. Last Thanksgiving, you know, as I said, this year we're working on a supply chain issue. But last Thanksgiving, I sat down with my wife, my daughter, and my son-in-law. This Thanksgiving, we're all in a very different circumstance. Things are a hell of a lot better, and the wages have gone up higher, faster than inflation, and we have generated real economic growth. It doesn't mean these dislocations aren't real. They do affect people's lives. For example, one of the reasons why I decided to talk about the need to deal with the operation and the gouging that occurs in some of the pricing of beef and chicken and other things is that That's why I think that's why I indicated to you we're going to look at whether or not there's a violation of antitrust laws and what they're doing. So there's a lot to look at, but the bottom line is that I think that anyone who would prefer, as bad as things are in terms of prices hurting families now, trade this Thanksgiving for last Thanksgiving. Jen Epstein, Wall Street Journal. Excuse me.
She was a gambling gal. She went the money and she went the town. She was a gambling gal. She went the money.
With mentally ill screw bags like this, even an apology will get you just buried further into bullshit. The psychosis is real.
And again on the ground, she went all the money to skin her leg down.
First of all, you'll see how she skirts around the bush about actually apologizing to me for saying that I was doing tracers and that I was making clone accounts of her, and she hired a PI that figured out it was me because the clone accounts were cloned IP addresses. You see what I'm saying? And, yeah, this is some good stuff. No, I didn't want anything at all, and wasn't expecting an apology from Becky. The thing is, she came on my video earlier and said something stupid that I did a fake apology out of the blue, probably because I didn't take her video down that I did of the mount or the whale hole. And we'll see. I'll show you a little bit more. All of a sudden, and I was just like, Becky, you haven't even apologized or whatever. You haven't even apologized for the freaking blaming me for doing tracers, hacking, and clone accounts. It wasn't me. I didn't expect an apology. Just like, I'm just trying to tell her, you're self-entitled there, whale hole. She ate it right up though. See, how can I not mean it when I've actually done it? Just because I didn't take her video down, all of a sudden I don't mean the apology, right? She's lucky she didn't have her name and address in the title and the description box. That's not me making any threats or anything. It's just, that's what they're doing to me, getting done to me for Christmas. I haven't at all. Did I say, you know what, I take back my apology, Becky, you're two-faced and a cow? I didn't say that. She's the one that came on my channel and started doing her bullshit. And I just locked it down, and we'll go through it. So she couldn't go and delete any comments. Let's put it that way. Ain't that fun? Isn't that fun? Oh, it's just so much fun.
Man, you always. Right about something else.
Here we go. Let's have fun with this now, should we? Christmas presents to everybody.
Merry Christmas to you too, and Happy New Year. You too, Charles.
Hey, Vic.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry I called you well, and Merry Christmas, everybody. Lee, Jolly, Anton, Ken, everybody.
See, how things get twisted around is I didn't even call her a whale. I was referring to her mouth being whale size. Big difference, but that's how it goes in Psychosisville.
Great Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Shit gets twisted around, all of a sudden you apologize to somebody and you did the worst thing ever on the
y'all
fucking
heard
planet.
That, right?
She got no idea what she's doing here. For a second, I'm
Or
gonna pause.
made it. Look up after you ate. You're calling me a whale. His apology.
I didn't even have to apologize for calling her a whale because I didn't call her a whale.
Deserved.
Hey, Vic.
Yeah. Oh, I guess that's why. Okay. Never mind.
Hey, sorry I called you well, and Merry Christmas, everybody. Lee, Jolly, Anton, Ken, everybody. Have a great Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thanks for letting me on.
Thanks.
And now a sneak peek of the next feature. Oh dear, Twitter Pig has a broken wing. But don't worry, here comes Blazing Scar to save her. Please, don't. Thank you, Danny. Just in time. Twitter Pig enough.
WUSA local newscast here. We'll watch the first few minutes of it as they give us politics, and then we'll continue with open phones and more guests.
Shoot the president. I'm just a patsy. President.
I am Rocky DA and I approve this message.
National Confederate Militia is a right-leaning political activist group dedicated to promoting free speech, nationalism, and strength. We train our members to stand up to any threat, whether it be dangerous hate groups like Antifa, radical terrorist groups like ISIS, or our own tyrannical government. We strive for equality among every man, woman, and child, regardless of race, religion, or political view. We also don't tolerate acts of hate or any drug use in the militia. Each word of our name means something. National means that we practice heavy nationalism for the United States of America. Confederate is used because we are many people upholding a single cause. And militia because we make up a peaceful citizens militia so that we can most effectively defend our homes and our cause. To join the National Confederate Militia or to get more information, please contact us at nationalconfederatemilitia@gmail.com. Peace to peace and war to war.
In these seemingly getting darker times of millennials, I think it is time that we band together and do whatever we can to keep America great and make it any greater. Below in the video description, there will be a link to the Militia's Discord server, and on my YouTube page, there's a link all the time for my Discord server. Fair warning, if you check out my Discord server, anything goes on it, and I mean anything, as long as it has nothing to do with drugs or anything else illegal. I'll even tolerate political views I do not agree with, as long as there's nothing to do with drugs. So if you're a like-minded individual, join our cause.
Apologies. You only want more than what's deserved. Yeah. Oh, I guess that's why. Okay. Never mind.
Hey, sorry I called you well, and Merry Christmas, everybody. Lee, Jolly, Anton, Kim, everybody. Have a great Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thanks for letting me on.
Thank you. From here. Changes it. Blow it out your whale hole.
No, that's actually original. I did not change that title. See how it works in Psychosisville, okay? My suggestion here, Becky, is have your meds, just like Malibu, okay? Get a hold of your doctor. Have your meds up to a decent amount of Thorazine and lithium for from your Adderall, okay? Just my opinion, just a suggestion, okay? That's all I can say about that, okay? Didn't change the title right here. And when I went up on Becky's panel and apologized for calling her a whale, I didn't have to do that. All I had to do was correct and say, you know, I didn't really call you a whale there, Becky, but you don't argue with you know, in Rome, with the Romans, okay? You know, I could have said, hey, you know, sorry I called your mouth a whale hole. Right? Instead of calling you a whale, I just, you know, see how it gets twisted? She thought I called her a whale when it was actually whale hole. And I didn't freaking change the title. Alright, let's keep going here. This is some good stuff we're gonna try to get through. Okay.
And keeps the video up.
See, she wants the video down.
So today. So now you guys can see here. I'm still waiting for an apology for that clone job.
Okay. See how she skipped this. She comes on my channel, but she starts here. See how convenient, right? How convenient, right? Saying, who's the arbitrator of what is fucking fake here? Saying, I gave a fake apology yesterday. She just skipped right over that. That's why I put in the comment, hey, since you want to talk about fake apologies or lack thereof, where the fuck is my apology for blaming me for doing tracers and hacking and your bullshit PI clone bullshit crap where you found a PI up under the bridge living out of a cardboard box that you got him. You probably paid him $20 just to say, yup, he's using clone accounts. I got his IP address. Right? I mean, I'm not even kidding. Where did you find that guy? How much did you pay him? Where's the analysis report, and where in the F are the MAC addresses? See how things just kind of get skipped over? She skipped over that she came right onto the panel and accusing me of a fake apology.
Fake PI told you. I would
even in the chat yesterday. Jolly put in the chat, wow, pigs do fly if Cox is given an apology, which I do all the time. I don't mind.
He changes it to blow it out your whale hole. And keeps the video up.
Right? See, she wants it down.
So today.
So now you guys can see here. I'm still waiting for an apology for that clone job your fake PI told you I was responsible for, and I didn't get an answer from you. If I could publish a video that proves I'm not the one making the clone account, you self-entitled prick, you want others to come and apologize to you. You haven't done anything wrong. Ha ha, oh well. I tell them whatever. I've apologized for numerous things nonstop. Like you heard
Not about that. See, not about me doing hackers, tracers, and clone accounts, right? It's apologize to everybody else, but Cox doesn't need one. That's okay. But in here she says somewhere that she actually did a couple lives, right? She did a live apologizing for that, which I missed. Which she could have come into any one of my, videos and gone, hey, I did a live yesterday. You may have missed it. I apologized. I apologize for, accusing you of doing the clone accounts without any substantial proof of MAC addresses, right? Or a MAC address, to be more proper on that. See what I'm saying? So it's always run around the bush and deflect on your Adderall, okay? Once again, I think you're going to need boosted over to Thorazine and freaking, some lithium, right? And then maybe you won't be so damn monotone on doing these stupid live streams like you are and skipping important detail of you coming on my channel first and leaving that. See, skips over that and goes right into that. Isn't that just a lot of fun? Let's keep going. Make sure I'm recording because I forgot to hit the start button.
Calling out my name. Everybody else did all the videos about all that stuff, but when he talks about it, he only brings up my name now. But I was able to on...
I'm not... Okay, she goes through like 5 different subjects here and just lightly breads the fish on this, okay? Just puts a light coating of butter and flake on this and hits 5 different subjects real quick that makes no sense. Now, you want to compare me to Urban Disciples? I didn't put your name in the freaking titles. I didn't code it. I didn't put your address, right? Well, he's not putting addresses. He's just putting names and titles, right? And I didn't do that. So comparing me to the Urban Disciples is, I would have to say, not to sound racist and not being racist, but it's a big night and day, type thing. I'm a mountain guy, right? And he's a street thug, okay? I live in the mountains and do mountain man shit, okay? He lives in the concrete jungle and does thug shit, okay? Man, it was UD blasted last night on his stream. He couldn't even, stand up straight. His eyes are rolling back in his head, right? Holy shit, dude. UD, you need to get off of those couch lock indicas that dumb you down, okay? Going to either a hybrid or a sativa might see the paranoia. See, UD's got an extreme case of paranoia and sketchism, being a sketchy motherfucker, right? But anyways, if he switched over to maybe some sativas, see, that's why he probably had to go to indicas, because the sativas give people too much paranoia, where an indica might want to help you get in the studio and just start laying little clips down next to each other with no astronomical sense behind it. It's just, let's just start putting clips together, right? And see how it comes out when we render. And everybody will go on UD's channel and go, oh, you're the best, UD, you're the best editor out there, blah, blah. Editing's one thing, but actually having a coherent fucking conversation without, you know, eyes rolling back in their head because you're not able to comprehend the source material and the scholarly knowledge of the of the scholastic paper, right? The thesis paper, right? You got somebody's eyes rolling back in your head. That's once again, baby, unsubscribe and just let them hang out in their own dumbed down reality of Thugville in the concrete jungle. All right. Anyways.
One hand apologizing for calling him a P, and on the same hand say I would never forgive him for using my children. That's how it works, and that's what he didn't like.
I don't
well,
comprehend
Aaron
that.
here is doing something similar. He wants to have me apologize for a lie that he has to make
a lie that I have. Becky, you came on my channel first with this bullshit here, already assuming that it was a fake apology. Why? Because I didn't take this video down? It's not the way it works. I've already told you guys. Once I publish for a reason, with intent, not to have to take videos down. I don't want to have to take videos down. I don't want anybody else to take videos down. You might just want to watch what you publish in the first place, like this bullshit, okay? Once again, she's gone 5 different fucking subjects here, all across the board, with bullshit.
He wants to have me apologize.
Listen to how she's kind of falling over her words here, trying to come up with it as she's going, because she's that damn triggered for some reason. I mean, I don't know.
For a lie that he has to make him look better.
What's the lie, Becky? What's the lie that I've got?
Nope, not gonna happen. Truth is truth, period.
Truth is truth.
And
I didn't change the title of that video. It's in its original state and form, hasn't been edited, and you've skipped right over the part you came onto my channel saying that I gave a fake apology. So you want to talk about apologies? Let's talk about apologies. But hey, you know, once again, let's do some showboating on the Blazing Tard channel here.
Then he goes on down here. Oh, he's probably deleted it by now.
Probably not.
Oh, he wanted an apologize.
And apologize. Oh God.
An apology for everyone saying he had tracers. No. And I said, Aaron, you know, I went...
No. I didn't say that I want an apology from everyone. I wanted an apology from Becky for putting out the bullshit that I was doing clone accounts. That which perpetuated into Clovis's realm and Kim's realm. Oh my God, he's the one that's hacking us, and he's the one doing tracers from our chats, which I don't have any of the equipment to do that. I just have voice analysis equipment, okay? And then I can put out my own judgment from there. You see what I'm saying? Or analysis, or spectrum analysis, or my opinion, right? But I'm not doing tracers, clone accounts, any of this bullshit, because that's what losers do on the internet all day, is sit there and make clone accounts like Fellowmon, right? I don't need to. I've got, you know what? I make a new account when I get blocked somewhere for trying to speak my truth and swing back at people's bullshit. I'll make a new account. So yeah, I got a decent little list going right now of like 4 or 5 different accounts, right? Which are mainly 4 of them are channels. Wow. So I usually have one new clone account that'll come up every once in a while to just take one little swing before I get just to make one damn comment anywhere that I might have been blocked. I'll make a new account, go in there just to get blocked again by losers like Tony Maduro, whatever the hell, from Toronto, all cross-eyed and dumbed down, looks like he's a victim of being over-vaccinated. Just my opinion.
I blinked twice. And said, Hot Pockets, he said I never said I had traces or the chat rooms or even away. Oh, he's deleting my messages now.
No.
Yep, there you go. See, when it gets called out, just like you jumped the other day and thought I was doing something to you when I was actually trying to defend you.
No, that's what a snake UD would say. Oh, I was trying to defend you. No, you weren't, and we'll play here in a minute. Okay.
To a certain point, you could hear even in that video, I say, I've seen cow patties that are older than that.
No, you're saying what you did is you're talking to the clone accounts and their fellow mon trying to spew the old bullshit, right? Had nothing to do with me. She's getting so twisted around in her own bullshit.
It's old.
This is
Get over it and
this
move
is
on.
what happens to bullshitters like Tony, Becky, and others, right? That can't keep their story straight because there's so much bullshit involved. I don't need to do that. I don't have bullshit involved. I might have some comedy and parody that I need to keep track of, but not lies, straight up fucking lies on people. It's comedy, parody, and trying to make you guys laugh mixed in with what is the truth of other people saying it, just like right here. She's saying it, she doesn't even have enough comprehension to really say it straight here. She's so all over the place. She's one big bluster ball of lies.
But Aaron, you want to stay in the game.
Wow. See, this is what happens. Damn it, again. Why am I expecting people to come out semi-normal in Commyville trying to tell me what I'm doing or not doing? See what I'm saying? Let's go back real quick right there.
Come on, it's old. Get over it and move on. But Aaron, you want to stay in the game.
No. No, it's not a game. See, you losers are saying it's a game. I call it publishing. The right to publish, even through a private corporation, and even if it is Google, all right? I can't stand Google and YouTube. I think they're trying to enslave everyone on the planet, and through monitoring and other bullshit tactics they're trying to do. And it's not good. It's not good at all. But I will publish where I feel it needs the most attention due to the censorship. The most censorship that's happening right now is on YouTube. That's why I'm publishing there, trying to break through the algorithms to constantly test and see how far we can take our First Amendment audit here. You see what I'm saying? Let's keep...
Like button, you try to delete it?
What is...
To hide.
The hell are you saying?
That's hilarious. I just wanted to call out your hypocrisy.
Oh, I've
definitely... I've tried my hardest.
I've definitely been able to call yours out. Where's you calling mine out and starting from the second comment in instead of the first and saying that I changed my title when I didn't? Okay, it was the whole time. Becky, blow it out your whale porthole. Okay, your whale's mouth hole. Didn't call her a whale. It's your mouth is the size of a whale porthole. Okay? Alright.
To apologize to each and every person I felt hypocrisy. I have tried my hardest to apologize to each and every person that I felt needed an apology.
Well, she never came onto my channel or even sent me a message through Hangouts saying I apologize for that. I could actually show that too. I could show the Hangout there, right? No apologies for saying that I was doing clone accounts and tracers and shit like that. No public apology that I found or heard. And there was no comment on any video saying, hey, I did a live stream yesterday apologizing, and I figured out it wasn't you that actually did the clone accounts. Never heard anything like that.
And I meant them sincerely.
Yeah, the other people.
It's not my fault that you took yesterday wrong. Then you come up to me and apologize for it, and you renege on it, and kept that video up, and then you just hounded me in those chats, expecting me to lie for you.
No. I don't expect anybody to lie for me. And that's why I busted you out the first time after you lied about meeting me in person and coming to my home. Okay? And I actually let it go for the first time because I didn't want to hurt your feelings. Okay? It actually busted you out in a lie, but I wasn't going to roll with it either. So I thought about it for a little while on how to take care of it. And when it happened again, that's when I took care of it. You see what I'm saying here? Okay.
It makes me look like a liar.
Yeah, you are. Sorry, my opinion.
Then you got another woman over there
Okay,
dragging up stuff from 1886 still.
that's lying, Becky. Let's go to this other video.
Got an influencer and a data
See how that
collector.
works? Aaron, why don't you come in with more socks?
Does that sound like right there she's trying to be supportive and have my back? Does that sound like, boy, man, I'm telling you, these screen recorders are great for putting the truth side by side and bullshit side by side with each other. Isn't that just great? That's not being very supportive there, Becky, right there, saying, why don't you come in with more socks? And, right, here we go.
Show you the socks that I got going on.
I'm out in the yard having a freaking fire pit night after cooking turkey legs on that fire pit.
Get back listening, and all of a sudden I'm getting blamed for shit, and then here's your influencer. Here's your influencer right here. Okay, let's get rid of this. Data collector. Influencer. Right?
It's working in tandem somehow.
Data collector sometimes becomes your influencer to blame shit on other people without any proof.
Part 1 and 2 of the data collector and the influencer was about Domingo and Gandalf, the way they did the same type of good cop, bad cop in a sense on me when I first was drug into the truth crap from Zero, right? Where Zero thought that if he drug me into the truther shit that he could maybe get me destroyed, but that didn't work, right? And then all of a sudden it was up to him, right, to do it, not other people. And that's in my opinion. That's the way it looks, and I won't go back from that because of the way Zero actually, one day I got him on video, right? I got it. He's mirroring me, and he's running his fingers through his hair going, man, I gotta figure out what software he's using, what hardware and software he's using. And he couldn't figure it out, right? Because if you figure that stuff out, then you can figure out how to apply an either in a Trojan or whatever to make shit blow up and melt down, right? So that way you get shut down, right?
And isn't that fun? Right? Not even a body language analysis or an IP or a PI. Just a straight up. One more time.
See how that works?
And I'm just chilling.
Aaron, why don't you come in with more socks?
It's not having my back, Becky.
You don't see anything hot pocket helpline in there, do you? Right? Just out here kicking by the fire, just did some tricky legs up on this fire pit. One more time. Holy crap. There you go.
And he was right.
He was right. Hire a better PI, Becky. Okay.
I can't stand Eric and Jamie.
You guys are so...
So here it is, right? You come on my panel to give a fake apology yesterday, lame. Who is the freaking judge, jury, and executioner and the arbitrator of what is fake? Because you just came on my channel, the video of you, saying that I gave a fake apology, right? Well, since we're talking about apologies, let's go ahead and talk about the apology from the clone job you did, right? She's apologized for numerous things, nonstop. Not to me for anything. Not to me, see? But you want me to admit not having a PI? No, I don't want you to admit and not having a PI. I think you just told on yourself there, Becky, that, not having a PI, right? I just want you to admit that you hired a really shitty PI that didn't do the just desserts. If you know what that is, the due process. Going through the entire investigation, not just scratching at the surface, because that's what trolls expect you to do, to be a dumbass and hire a lazy PI and waste your money for only minimal results. I mean, oh, wait a minute. Oh, see, this, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. This is what I do, right? Okay, and just keep on kind of documenting this right here, okay? And, oh, there you go. Merry Christmas. You get a little heart from the Cox. Saying it wasn't true that you said you had tracers twice. You know this. Stop. You reneged, period. I don't see how I reneged by not taking down the video. Is that what you're saying there? So you can keep on doing your shit shows in your bullshit narrative that Gary Hunt's been feeding you. That's in my opinion. It's in my opinion. So go ahead and strike this video from me seeing the GH word again. And I don't see how I could renege. You're the one that's saying I renege. See, the state and status are the ones that come up come up with the determination on who is reasonable or not reasonable. And that's the problem with shills, is they are the ones trying to tell you the way you need to act, the way you are acting, the way you need to do this or not do this. Dude, I'm just trying to say, have a freaking Merry Christmas, right? Have a Merry Christmas, everybody, and a great New Year. Be safe out there. Don't take any shit from the bots and the machines like this commie right here, okay? Commieville in psychosis zone. All right? Everybody have a good day. Thanks for checking this out. Sorry I'm getting, sorry I'm being mean with my words, but that's part of our First Amendment audit on this screw tubing thingy, where there's a lot of censorship, and that's why I'm here, is to put the censorship to the test and show people, even though there's censorship, you can still bust through. As a matter of fact, I can't say I'm being censored. The video that I uploaded the other day on Miss Glittery Stalkers, saying that she finally spoke the truth for once, is at about 700 hits, right? I might be getting shadow banned. Now that's a whole nother thing. I might be getting shadow banned, but actually getting censored, the only people that are trying to censor me are fucking commies that need to up their medicine to Thorazine and lithium from Adderall. Everybody have a great Christmas, New Year. Thanks for checking this out. Peace out. Much love, blessings, prayers, and have a safe one. Peace out.
Nasty Troll Media. A look into our next feature. Deep in the bowels of Oklahoma. It's a bad time for sexy time when the laurel rise. Oh dear, Tabby, we need you. Oh, so sorry. Twitter, pig, enough. Dusty Troll Media presents
A lying glove, a crying glove, crusty tacos and candy mall cops are in love. This film has got this.
All right, let's begin a discussion of stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination. Let's ease into this by talking about the nature of the problem, specifically by defining some key terms. Stereotyping, prejudice, discrimination, it's really some very powerful stuff. Pretty frustrating, too. Look at this picture. In 1957, Elizabeth Eckford was blocked from entering Central High School by the Arkansas National Guard. So she's just a kid, really, and she just wants to go to school. And you can see that society in general wasn't on board with that. And when I look at this picture, I'm always so stunned by the anger that I see in this person's face. I look at this woman right here and I see that she is right on her tail, and I don't know what her intentions are. There are guard members in the background and they're armed. That's some scary stuff. Well, of course, we don't typically see that level of overt racism anymore. Makes us kind of think, have things changed? Have they changed a lot? Are racism and sexism really no longer problems in America? Let's think about it. Let's think about some things that have happened. We recently had President Obama serve 2 terms. Our first black president. That certainly shows that things have changed. This is a picture of President Obama with German Chancellor Angela Merkel. She's female, obviously, and she served 3 terms as Germany's chancellor. So 2 of the most powerful countries in the world are run by a black man and a woman. So certainly things have changed to some degree. I mean, think about Bernie Sanders in the most recent presidential campaign. He had a lot of support. He still has a lot of support. He's Jewish. And we see also in advertising with major companies like CoverGirl, they're now going to be featuring a Muslim woman. This woman is a well-known beauty blogger in one of their advertising campaigns. That's the first time in their history. So clearly things are changing. And if we look at things superficially, we might think that our country is essentially post-racism or post-discrimination. But we'd be wrong to think that. Things have changed, but our ugly past keeps repeating itself, but nowadays in more modern ways. So people still are discriminated against. Sometimes the specific people are different. Particularly since 9/11, Muslims have a hard time in our society. They're certainly not welcomed with open arms in general. They're often looked at very suspiciously. Think about gays. A lot has changed for homosexuals in our society. But a lot stays the same. Think about how they're portrayed oftentimes on TV. They're often overly feminine if they're men, overly masculine if they're women, and oftentimes portrayed as drag queens, something like that. It's just very stereotypical. Overweight people are often the butt of jokes. You could turn on almost any late night TV show and you'll hear some type of fat joke. So my point here is that sometimes the objects, the targets of our discrimination have changed. Disabled people, how many times do you hear other people calling others retards? That's hardly a nice thing in our society. And also the way that people are discriminated against, it's sometimes much more subtle nowadays, and it's harder to prove. Certain people are simply eliminated from consideration for jobs or maybe even housing. Our society also sometimes arrests people at rates higher for one group compared to another group. And of course, the Black Lives Matters movement is often a lot about that, about how a particular group of people is treated by law enforcement. Sentencing issues, too, are systematically different depending on people's race. And of course, there are just simply new ways nowadays to express racism, sexism, or other forms of discrimination. Now that we have the internet, online people are relatively anonymous, and it's really a fertile ground for spreading hate. So things have changed, but a lot of things have stayed the same as well. So really, the bottom line is it's critically important for us to understand the complexity of this issue and the causes of stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination so that we can help change our world. Let's define some key terms. People often use terms like stereotyping, prejudice, and discrimination interchangeably. And although they're all related concepts, they're not the same thing. So let's make sure we can parse them out and really understand specifically what we're dealing with here. Prejudice. Prejudice, we're talking about a feeling. That's essentially an attitude, and it's almost always negative. So negative feelings about some group and its members. What are stereotypes? Well, prejudicial attitudes are based on people's stereotypic beliefs, and those beliefs link a group of people with certain traits and characteristics. Let me give you some examples. So for example, people might think that women in general are emotionally unstable. That would be a stereotypic belief, linking women, a group of people, with some type of trait or characteristic. Maybe something like men are shallow, or politicians are liars and untrustworthy. Again, we're linking a group of people, an entire group, with some specific type of trait. Irish people are alcoholics. Jewish people are cheap. We could do this all day long. We're all exposed to these stereotypic beliefs just via information that floats around in our society. So we're usually all aware of the stereotypic information. It's not always negative though. So for example, here would be a stereotype that's more on the positive side. Asian people are good in math. But you have to understand that's still not really a good thing. Because it's still an overgeneralization. We're still trying to put people into some type of pigeonhole. And of course, our goal really in life, I believe, is to treat people individually as they are, as they truly are, not simply because of the color of their skin or their ethnic background. So we want to treat everybody individually based on who they are. Stereotypes are exactly the opposite of that. We are categorizing people based on their ethnicity, based on their religion, based on the color of their skin. Discrimination, let's talk about that. Prejudicial attitudes can often lead to negative behaviors, and those behaviors are directed against people simply because of their group membership. Let me give you a couple examples of that. Discrimination can be violent. Now, we don't see that quite as often as we have in our country's history, but we could be talking about lynchings. That would be a really extreme example of discrimination. Sometimes it's much more subtle, so it can be avoidance. So let's say a Caucasian person might discriminate against an African American person by simply refusing to date people of another race. So do you see how avoidance in that situation is a form of discrimination? Maybe something like exclusion from jobs, housing, from just entry into certain clubs. I mean, there are golf courses that still exist in our society that will not admit or do not want to admit African Americans. Now that's a pretty terrible thing that still exists in our society. That would be a form of discrimination. Keep this in mind too, discrimination is not always so overtly negative. So for example, special treatment could be a form of discrimination. So let's say I'm overly protective of some women because I feel that they can't defend themselves. You see how I'm not giving them quite the credit that they probably deserve? I might be opening doors, or let me carry that for you, that's probably too heavy. I'm sure that's a strong woman. She can do what she needs to do. And if she needed help, she would ask me for help. So if I'm being overly helpful, that's not necessarily treating her with respect. So that would be some form, in some respects, of discrimination, but it's hardly like a lynching. So you see, we have quite a continuum when we talk about the behaviors that can fall under discrimination. Now, in psychology, we've often talked about the ABCs of behavior and thought. So when we talk about A, we're talking about that affective component. So when we're dealing with prejudice, stereotypes, and discrimination, prejudice is a negative feeling, so that's an affective component. Discrimination, we're talking about behaviors, And stereotypes are talking about how people think, so that's a cognitive component. So that might also help you understand the bigger picture here. As we talk about discrimination, racism and sexism are essentially a form of discrimination and prejudice. So here we're talking about prejudice and discrimination that's based on a person's race and gender. And another way to think about a definition of racism and sexism would have to do with institutional or cultural practices that promote the domination of one race or gender over another. So in other words, sometimes it can be really systemic, not just on an individual level, but ingrained within one society. So in other words, a big problem. Well, that's it for this section, but stay tuned because there's more social psychology coming up soon.
Perhaps the most famous institution throughout the history of East Germany was its secret police force, the Ministry for State Security, better known as the Stasi. Now, the Stasi are well known mostly because of how incredibly effective they were at their jobs. That being the suppression of dissent, spying on the broader East German population and conducting espionage across the Western world. But how did the Stasi work? Where did it come from and what happened to it after the reunification of Germany? Well, the Stasi was founded in 1950, 1 year after East Germany itself, with a man called Wilhelm Seisser at the helm. Seisser tried to remove the East German First Secretary Walter Ulbricht in 1953 but failed and so was himself ousted. He was replaced by Ernst Wollweber, who was shortly afterwards replaced himself by Erich Mielke, who kept his job until 1989. All three of these men were former Soviet intelligence agents and were seen to be loyal to Moscow, which was the point. The intelligence agencies founded across the Eastern Bloc at this point were first and foremost loyal to the centre of the communist world and not their own nations. The Stasi was founded not to protect East Germany itself, but to protect the interests of the Socialist Unity Party therein, although those in charge would have undoubtedly argued that those were the same thing. In fact, one of the issues the Stasi had at the beginning of its inception was that it could only recruit fresh people and not intelligence veterans. Why? Well, because all of Germany's previous intelligence officers had worked for the Third Reich and thus were seen as untrustworthy. So how was the Stasi organised? Well, Mielke stood at the top of the Stasi and reported directly to the communist leadership from the Stasi headquarters in East Berlin. Most of its operations were focused on East Germany itself except for one section, the HVA, which conducted international espionage. This was mostly focused on West Germany and ultimately this is something the Stasi were very good at. It operated its own well-trained guards unit, maintained jails for political prisoners and spied on soldiers to make sure none of them disagreed with the government. Of course, the Stasi's primary role was to spy on the East German population and boy did it. At its height in the 1980s, the Stasi had over 90,000 official employees backed up by several hundred thousand informants out of a population of just over 16 million. Those who complained too often or were seen as being outright hostile to the communist leadership would often find themselves as political prisoners. The Stasi also routinely intercepted and monitored communications between people, especially those between East and West Germany, and it focused a lot of resources on catching people who were illegally consuming West German media. The level of surveillance in East Germany was remarkably high and most citizens there were at some point or another on the receiving end of Stasi inquiries, which is why it was so hated by the East German population. Yet, despite staggering levels of surveillance, the Stasi were unable to prevent or predict the 1989 revolution, and the reason why was that they overestimated the commitment of everyday East Germans to communism. The Stasi assumed that membership of the Social Unity Party meant that a person liked communism, whereas actually people joined it to advance their careers. Thus, when Gorbachev left East Germany to its own devices and the people there started to demand reforms, the Stasi thought that it wouldn't go anywhere. Thus, when party members and leading officials started to demand change, particularly with respect to the security forces, the Stasi were blindsided. After reunification, those who had worked for the Stasi were, for the most part, fired, and there were attempts to prosecute Stasi higher-ups, but the vast majority of these went nowhere. In 1990, the Stasi was disbanded, yet its legacy and the reputation of its workers is still fiercely debated in Germany today. I hope you enjoyed this episode and thank you for watching, with extra thanks to these patrons you can see on screen for their continued support. And an extra special thanks to James Bisonet, David Archaeologist, Azarka Flash, Danny Maloney, Party Boycoat, Kulin Castleman, Rob Waterhouse, Chris Wicker, Gustav Swan, David Silverman, Winston Kaywood, Christian Cheke, Maggie Paxkowski, Lexi Schwinn, Anthony Beckett, Robert Wetzel, Sky Chappelle, Ike, Spinning 3 Plates, Aaron the White and Michael Reynolds.
Sometimes I wonder
What the heck I got myself into? Sometimes I think about absolutely nothing. Sometimes I float. And buddy, I mean float. Not even trying. I could drift away. It's beautiful. Like a dead balloon at the World's Fair. Pretty soon, it all drifts away. And I find myself somewhere else entirely. And then subsequently, something grabs me. Drags me down a tunnel I can't remember. And it's a long tunnel. Damn thing just keeps going. Look at that thing is great. I see the bar. I forget my name. My life. My flesh simply abandons me. And I'm nothing. I'm nowhere. I'm in a spooky black and white place. So look at my hands. They're my normal hands. Which means I'm not dreaming. So I say to the guy, let's get down to the place where we're going. Let's get down to business, man.
This one really is. Hold on a second. So, you believe that all therapists should be dealt with? Do you believe that mental illness exists? Do you believe that mental illness exists?
That sounds like when Shaka has been keeping it over the years.
It's a simple question. Do you believe it's real or do you believe that it's not real? And you have this trouble again answering your question.
Well, why do you have trouble understanding that you can change the system? That the system's been changed multiple times.
Well, you said that you wanted to deal with people and have them killed. You said you had an army who would go out and kill people for you. That's not changing the system. That's fucking murder.
And that doesn't change the system. Murder.
That's murder.
Right?
That's murder.
And that doesn't change
the
system.
It is illegal. It is illegal. You can tell people that you're going to send people to their house and murder them online. At some point, you're going to get a visit from law enforcement.
It's illegal with Kim Jong-un. It's illegal with Kim Jong-un's doing, right? So then why is he arrested?
Kim Jong-un is in North Korea, not the United States of America. Our laws don't apply to him.
That's how we make progress.
人の心を少し鏡のようなもの、被害者のための手術剤、厳罰化というのを絶対に守っていただきたいと思います。
Without the word translate, this is what comes up: Chinese enemy. So we're dealing with Chinese gamers here. And they've been playing in Schoenberger. Oh, that's who it is. Okay.
There you are, Mark.
Yeah, here I am.
Hey, I got something very interesting to tell you.
Well, first, let me ask you, hold it, no, let me ask you, did you look at the entire email I sent you that this England Richie character just sent me?
I took a really quick look at it.
Okay, a quick look, you didn't really read it, okay. Hold on 1 second, please. Okay.
Yeah, the psychosis is real. You know, UD starts reading English and it kind of shows what's going on. You know, it's not written in your body, so he's got to improvise, and it's kind of showing that he also admits that he doesn't really know what's going on. Let's check this out.
If you have people doing that, you know a little bit about it. You got to share the info. I've been trying to get this chick since day one, the day she called me an Igor kiss-ass.
You liked it? Yeah, he's trying to get her in his bed. He's trying to move in with me.
Since you think you know who I am, you might already know who to get a hold of for the press involvement. Copyright issues or interviews. Is he being serious? I don't even know what that means.
Maybe I can lay it out different. Hey, yo, UD, since you know who I think I am. Let's try that again. Hey, UD, since you know who you think I am, you can go ahead and get a hold of my my secretary, right? And if you need any press releases, or you got any copyright issues, you want to use my videos, or you interested in an interview, you can get a hold of my secretary. She'll line that up. It's that. Word.
I've been trying to uplift this very good.
Does that work? Maybe that'll help.
I've been trying to get
shit, man. You know what I mean?
Since day one.
In your bed.
In jail.
Fantasy. See that it got this jail and court fantasy going. Ugh. Calls everybody else sickos. Oh, this is gonna be some good stuff later on.
So those who are not for us are against us. Hermann Kant expelled 9 well-known authors from the Writers' Guild, including Adolf Hitler, Erich Leust, and Stefan Heym. Their attempts to write the truth failed, due to party lies. This was the final failure of the much-praised alliance between mind and might.
Es war immer ein Versuch der Parteiführung an der Macht zu bleiben, diese Macht zu stärken, sie nicht antasten zu lassen. Sie hatten ein ganz feines Gespür dafür, wer ausschert, wer Demokratisches ins Spiel bringt, wer da nicht mitmacht. Und das war von Anfang an. Und das hat sich über einige Wellen einiger Vorsicht oder einiger Zurückhaltung dann fortgesetzt, bis sie dann wieder hart zugeschlagen haben. Und es ist bis zum Ende nicht anders geworden.
The youth program Rund portrayed GDR youth to its viewers as the party wished to see it. Optimistic, disciplined and loyal to the GDR.
Union für den Friedenskampf, den gerechten Lohn, für die Koexistenz ihren Preis erhält, Frieden der Welt.
Popular rock groups promoted by the state definitely offered an outlet to young people. They were attracted by the German lyrics and subject matter. Angesprochen fühlte.
War einmal ein Haus. Menschen gingen ein und aus. Gebaut aus Stahl und Stein. Sonne schien in alle Fenster rein und Kinder spielten vor der Tür.
In later years, a tolerated musical subculture developed. The young generation used it to let off steam. In the early 80s, a new scene developed outside the state-controlled culture scene. In Prenzlauer Berg, in Berlin, and in other GDR cities, it became a new forum for artists. It offered a home to authors, artists, and musicians. Prenzlauer Berg became a center for romantic dissidents.
Eigentlich ist es ganz typisch für die DDR gewesen, dass es so ein intellektuelles Angestelltenproletariat gegeben hat, ein intellektuelles Milieu außerhalb des universitären Bereichs, in verschiedene Richtungen offen, mit sehr vielen freischaffenden Künstlern, mit sehr vielen Aussteigern aus etablierten Lebenswegen, mit sehr vielen Nischenexistenzen von der Schmuckherstellung bis hin zu denen, die dann bei kirchlichen Organisationen, kirchlichen Einrichtungen beschäftigt waren.
The scene consisted of a network of very different groups and their friends. Their Western contacts aided in publishing manuscripts, exchanging information, and organizing literary evenings and art exhibitions. The state did not seem worried about this underground culture.
Sie wurde wahrgenommen im Ministerium für Kultur, aber sie wurde eigentlich, wenn ich mich recht erinnere, ignoriert. Sie kam eigentlich, sage ich mal, in den wöchentlichen Dienstbesprechungen beim Minister kaum vor. Also sie wurde delegiert an die beobachtenden Institutionen, also an die Staatssicherheit.
Also der Staat hat in erster Linie über die Staatssicherheit reagiert. Er hat sehr pragmatisch reagiert. Er hatte keine großen Konzepte, sondern er hat versucht, immer das zu fördern, was ihm am wenigsten schadet. Das hat allerdings dazu geführt, dass er sehr beharrlich diese Szene begleitet hat. Es ist ihm gelungen, einige maßgebliche Leute als IMs aufzubauen und in einem sehr komplizierten Verhältnis für sich arbeiten zu lassen und ihnen gleichzeitig auch einen bestimmten Freiraum zu lassen. Es ist da wirklich etwas passiert, wenn ich an so eine Figur jetzt wie Sascha Andersen denke, die, was nicht in ein, zwei Sätzen zu schildern ist, wo eine Szene berechenbarer, steuerbarer gemacht wurde. Also in Personalunion Komplize und Rebell zu sein, ist Leuten passiert, die 2, 3 Jahre in dieses und jenes Mal verstrickt waren und sich dann wieder herausgearbeitet haben. Da gibt es eine ganze Menge Fälle. Die Rebellion, die geschürt wurde, während man sie informell konspirativ als Staatssicherheitsmitarbeiter steuerte und zu lenken versuchte, ist aus meiner Sicht keine Rebellion, sondern da ist etwas aufgebläht worden durch einzelne Leute, was den Weg versperrt zu den Kommunikations- und Artikulationsformen, die sonst ohne Einfluss der Staatssicherheit entstanden wären. Insofern hat diese Szene in der Schlussphase auch etwas Künstliches gehabt, die nicht dazu geführt hat, dass in Berlin die Angehörigen der Szene nun diese Entwicklung 89 angestoßen haben.
Ich habe noch einen Vorschlag. Aus Wandlitz machen wir ein Altersheim. Die über 60 und 65-Jährigen können jetzt schon dort wohnen bleiben. Wenn sie das tun, was ich jetzt tue, abtreten.
Only a few artists were directly connected with the change when it finally came. Together with national celebrities, some of them tried to use the spectacular appeal for our country to initiate a socialist alternative to the Federal Republic. But they were too late. The SED state, which first distorted the truth, then ignored it, finally became the victim of its own fabrications. The game was lost.
In einem Staat, der eine Diktatur darstellt, kommt der Satz von Rechtsvergeltung. Wo die Macht ist, ist natürlich die Möglichkeit des Missbrauchs der Macht. Und Macht missbrauchen kann ich immer dann, wenn ich jemanden zu einer bestimmten Haltung zwingen will.
Angeblich war ja zum ersten Mal in der deutschen Geschichte durch den sogenannten Arbeiter- und Bauernstaat eine Versöhnung zwischen Geist und Macht eingetreten. Angeblich. Anschaulich wurde mir bewiesen mit den Ereignissen um Spur der Steine, dass natürlich das alles eine Illusion war.
Der Widerspruch zwischen Geist und Macht ist unlösbar. Damals hat Ulbricht zum Beispiel verkündet, in der DDR haben wir diesen Widerspruch abgeschafft. Und das war ein typisches Beispiel. Die haben immer verkündet, was sie meinten, dass es sein sollte. Aber die Realität war anders. Ich glaube, dass dieser schöpferische und produktive Widerspruch zwischen Geist und Macht nie aufzuheben ist und auch nie aufgehoben werden darf.
Vor 25 Jahren wurde ich in der DDR verboten. Nun singe ich hier in Leipzig und ich weiß sehr genau, wem ich es verdanke, dass ich so lange nicht singen durfte, und ich werde es nie vergessen, aber ich weiß auch sehr genau und werde es niemals vergessen, wem ich es verdanke, dass ich hier heute singen darf, euch. Und ob es mir schwer wird und ob es mir leicht ist, ich gehe unseren Weg, geh mit Sehnsucht und Zorn. Mag sein, dass ich einmal, wenn alles erreicht ist, erreicht habe nichts als ein Anfang von vorn. Mag sein, dass ich einmal, wenn alles erreicht ist, erreicht habe nichts als ein Anfang von vorn.
signed by Hitler himself. With it, the madness of the Nazi ideology soon materialized. The letter approves a program called Acton T4. Its goal was to cut spending by reducing the number of hospitalized patients by any means necessary, which of course meant death. It began in January of 1940 and ended in August of the following year.
The Action T4 was a secret program devised by Hitler. The aim was to eliminate people with disabilities, people who were considered a burden to society.
Under the program, hospital directors listed patients who they didn't consider to have the right to live. It included mental patients, the disabled, and those who couldn't defend themselves. The program was headquartered in Berlin. There, the data was analyzed, and those who were listed as unproductive were forced out of the hospital. To deal with the logistics, a transportation company was actually started to transport these patients in camouflage vans. Patients who were considered incurable were taken to abandoned hospitals or prisons, where they would then undergo medical experiments before dying.
People were moved under the false notion that they would be seen by a specialist who could offer better treatment. The family was not told about the transfer. In fact, they would only find out after receiving the death certificate.
Letters like this one describe the suspicious circumstances under which a patient was moved from a hospital named Losa Ernst. It argues that the 13-year-old patient had a bad attitude, which led to problems. The reality, though, was very different. Reports now show that patients were deceived. They were told that they would be undergoing a medical checkup, but instead they were experimented on and then killed in what's described as the beginning of gas chambers. It wasn't long before the neighborhood became suspicious.
The smoke would come out, and the facilities were very close to the village, so people could smell the smoke and began to ask what's going on there.
That's when families began writing to the hospitals to ask about their loved ones, sons, nephews, and friends. The suspicion was so widespread that even the Bishop of Munster, Monsignor van Galen, addressed the issue en masse. After some pressure from the community, a year and a half later the program was canceled, but by that point, more than 70,000 people had been killed. The program officially ended in August of 1941, but some health workers continued practicing these methods. In fact, among the victims was a cousin of Benedict XVI, who suffered from Down syndrome. Now, as painful as that chapter was, historians say it's important to remember that period so it's never repeated again.
Evidence seems to suggest, and I believe suggests, that they are not able to commit their acts of terrorism on their at Jerome Corsi. Say, now that truth convoy is finished. Some thoughts. The rest of the email discusses various other persons. Share this, press this, Twitter, Facebook, or
This is an update. If you want to join the T-Cell Gandhi network, I have posted a link in that side over there. You should see it right there. There's this little link. If you click on that, that is a social network for the T-Cell Gandhi network. It is called Worm Commandos, and you can join the fight against the brain worms in their full robotic form. Pretty much what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to get a cure, because there is no cure for the toxoplasmosis gondii. So, we want a cure for this. If a third of the population is known to be affected, I think it's like 50% of the population is infected. But what we're going to do is they say there's no cure for this, so we're going to find a cure. We're going to start curing people and making their lives better. This isn't about making fun of people who have brain injury. This is about actually getting something done. I don't think they I bet you there's a group of us I think that you can join this network and help find a cure. And I'm already found some people that said some cures. I came up with this myself at first because I wanted to make sure other people. What we're trying to do is we're trying to spread awareness of these worms, and we're trying to get a called. I can't pronounce all these fucking words all the time. But I mean, people are saying they're finding chemtrail fibers. They're going to try to never give a shit, and they never will. That's why we have to step in. We have to give a shit. And that's why I created T-Cell Gandhi network and the social network inside called Worm Commandos, fighting against brain worms. Now, the full robotic form is the T-cell virus, which is a little different.
Objection, chairs each wants to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on oversight of the FBI Cyber Division. Before we begin, I'd like to remind members that we have established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our hearing today. If you'd like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that has previously been distributed to your offices, and we will circulate materials to members and staff as quickly as we can. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. This hearing could not be more appropriately timed. Americans today live at a critical juncture in the history of cybersecurity. Our schools, our businesses, our public safety, our local government, our federal government, our public utilities, and our critical infrastructure all exist at a nexus of threats from cyber criminals. In the last year, we've experienced attacks that shut down a gas pipeline along the Eastern Corridor, infiltrated government email systems, and froze hospital networks during their time of greatest need. To tritely describe the threat of cyber attacks against the United States as simply great or high, as we often do, minimizes the danger we face as a nation. Ransomware attacks in which a hacker encrypts a victim's data and withholds the decryption key in exchange for a ransom have skyrocketed in recent years, with an estimated 105% increase worldwide in 2021. American businesses, healthcare institutions, and local government entities have borne the brunt of ransomware attacks in the United States. An estimated 37% of businesses and over 2,300 schools, local governments, and healthcare organizations were hit by ransomware attacks in 2021. Ransomware attacks against software companies, such as in the attack against Kaseya, affect thousands of small business clients who often feel the most pain from the destruction of data, loss of business, and damage to customer trust. The attack against software company Blackboard, for example, compromised thousands of downstream clients at Christ Hospital in Cincinnati and Children's Hospital in Pittsburgh. Local government entities such as schools, county, elections offices, and police departments are often underfunded and under-resourced. For many educators, the decision between patching software systems and acquiring new textbooks is just one of the many painful decisions they have to make in what is often a thankless job. In these cases, a grant for new technology can mean updating systems and increasing accessibility, but also increasing risk with more opportunities for hackers to exploit system vulnerabilities. The Biden administration has acted to turn the tide on the ransomware cyber attack threat, and the FBI has played a central role in shoring up our defensive position. It has even begun recovering ransom payments from cyber criminals, as in the case of Colonial Pipeline. But these successes have not been without controversy. After the attack on Kaseya, the FBI withheld for weeks the decryption key it had recovered, which left many downstream businesses without the tools they needed to operate and cost those businesses many millions of dollars that could have been avoided had the FBI provided it immediately. Many people also raised privacy concerns in the wake of the attack on Microsoft Exchange. After the FBI discovered that the individual networks of private companies had been compromised by the Microsoft Exchange intrusion, it obtained warrants to alter victims' systems without their knowledge or permission. No sector needs more protection than our critical infrastructure. In 2021, ransomware was used to attack 14 out of 16 critical infrastructure sectors, including agriculture, financial services, energy, dams, and other often unseen but crucial industries that buttress American lives and businesses. In February 2021, an attacker attempted to poison the water in Oldsmar, Florida. In 2017, Russian government-affiliated cyber attackers hacked a third-party contractor and used the company's email to gain access to part of the American electrical grid. In April 2021, Chinese state-affiliated hackers breached New York's Metropolitan Transit Authority network, potentially exposing data and showcasing just how vulnerable our transit operational systems could be to attack. These are real threats. Blackouts and loss of electrical service could cripple our country's economy and paralyze our ability to respond to an attack. Without significant investment in IT systems and training, these industries will remain vulnerable. But the threat does not end there. State-affiliated cyber threat actors from Russia, Iran, and China have engaged in cyber espionage against our government and political systems, accessing critical data and loitering on our servers. American businesses have suffered breaches by cyber criminals looking for personal data as well. Looking for personal data to sell, I should say. While the Russian invasion of Ukraine has not yet spilled over into cyber attacks that affect governments and businesses in the United States, President Biden has warned all Americans of evolving intelligence that Russia may soon launch cyber attacks against the United States. Our ability as a country to respond to such an attack rests in the hands of the FBI and its partner agencies. The Biden administration has encouraged businesses large and small to adopt a shields-up posture to defend against cyber threats. Because it is the security of private companies, those that keep our lights on, provide life-saving health care, and teach our children that will determine the fallout from an attack, we must all evolve to better protect our networks. This means strengthening our cybersecurity systems by patching vulnerabilities, training users how to recognize phishing attacks, and increasing network cybersecurity protocols. When we invest in our schools, local governments, and healthcare systems cybersecurity, we contribute to a safer country. We live in a technologically advanced nation of early adopters with private networks and the freedom to maintain our networks however we choose. There is no easy way to mitigate all cyber vulnerabilities in the United States, but by engaging in meaningful oversight of our nation's cybersecurity defenses, this committee can ensure we are ready to meet any threat head-on. I look forward to hearing from Assistant Director Vorn Dran on what he and his colleagues that the FBI Cyber Division are doing to keep our country safe and to engaging in an important discussion about the threats our network face. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, the president said a cyber attack from Russia is coming. And what's the Biden administration been doing? They released Alexei Burkov, a notorious Russian cyber criminal. Here's what been said about Mr. Burkov. He's an asset of supreme importance, one of the most connected and skilled malicious hackers ever apprehended by U.S. authorities. And what did the Biden administration do 6 months ago? Put him on a plane headed to Moscow. Cyber attack from Russia is coming, the president said. And what's our Justice Department been doing? We know they've been spying on Carter Page and not following the FISA rules. How do we know that? Because Inspector General Horowitz has done 2 different audits, 2 different reports that he's given to us. 400 errors in 29 randomly selected FISA applications, 400 errors in 29 of them. In 4 of those 29 applications, there wasn't even a Woods file, which is the file you keep that has the underlying supporting evidence for the claims made in the application itself. Cyber attack from Russia is coming, the president said. And what's our Justice Department been doing? Not only ignoring the FISA rules, they don't even follow their own rules. We know that from a story 2 weeks ago where in sensitive investigative matters, special cases dealing with First Amendment concerns when they're investigating religious groups, investigating candidates, and investigating government officials or the press, 353 cases, 747 errors in those cases. Not only are they not following the FISA rules, they don't even follow their own darn rules. That's why we sent a letter asking for the internal audit. We hope that that will be given to the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Chairman, so we can look at that. Cyber attack from Russia is coming, the president said a week ago. What's been going over at the Justice Department? Well, we know this from Mr. Durham. They were spying on President Trump's campaign. Mr. Durham just told the court that last month. Tech executive number 1, spying on not only the President Trump's campaign, looks like spying on him during the transition period and potentially even while he was President of the United States. Cyber attack from Russia is coming. And of course, we learned just 4 months ago, what was our Justice Department doing? What are they still doing? Spying on parents, treating moms and dads as domestic terrorists. We had the Attorney General in front of this committee back in October, and he misled this committee and said it wasn't going on. But we've now had a whistleblower come forward and tell us it is in fact going on. So much so that there was an email sent to FBI agents with a threat tag designation that you're supposed to put on parents who are simply showing up at school board meetings, voicing their concerns about what's being taught to their children. President Biden says a cyber attack from Russia is imminent, it's coming. And what were 51 former Intel officials doing just a year and a half ago? They were telling us the whole Hunter Biden story was false. They told us it was Russian disinformation. The disinformation is what they told us. That's something we need to check out. How did 51 of them in the days before a presidential election tell us a story that the New York Times has now said was absolutely true? The laptop was true, the eyewitness was real, and the emails and evidence and documents were real as well. So I look forward to today's hearing from our witness. But I think a fundamental question we got to ask is, how do you trust the Department of Justice to protect us from cyber attacks when they've been spying on presidential campaigns, spying on parents, telling us Hunter Biden was Russian disinformation, and releasing the most notorious Russian cyber criminal we've ever had? Simple question I'm going to have for our witness is, why did we let him go? What did we get for that? What kind of trade? What kind of array? What happened there? So, Mr. Chairman, I hope we get answers to these key questions, and I hope, again, we've talked about this now for months. We hope we can get the Attorney General back here to answer some questions about this whole school boards issue and some of the other things I raised in my opening statement. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I will now introduce today's witness. Brian Vorndran has served as Assistant Director of the Cyber Division of the FBI since March 2021. He joined the FBI as a special agent in the Washington field office in 2003 and has held a variety of positions since then, including serving as part of the International Contract Corruption Task Force in Afghanistan, Unit Chief in the Counterterrorism Division at FBI headquarters, and leading the Washington field office's Joint Terrorism Task Force. Mr. Vorndran also served as Assistant Special Agent in charge of the cyber and counterintelligence programs at the Baltimore field office, Chief of the Strategic Operations Section of the Counterterrorism Division at headquarters, and later as the Deputy Assistant Director of the Criminal Investigative Division. Prior to assuming his current position, Mr. Vorndran served as a special agent in charge of the New Orleans field office. Before joining the Bureau, Mr. Vorndran was an engineer for the Procter & Gamble Company and for Merck & Company. He earned a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Lafayette College and a Master of Business Administration from the Ross School of Business at the University of Michigan. We welcome our distinguished witness, and we thank you for participating today. I'll begin by swearing you in. I ask that you please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? So help you God. Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please note that your written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time limit, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. Mr. Vorndran, you may begin.
Chairman Abler, Ranking Member Jordan, and members of this committee, thank you for providing me this opportunity to speak to you today about FBI Cyber. Although the FBI investigates a wide range of threats, we're here today to talk specifically about the cyber threats facing our nation, the FBI's place in U.S. cybersecurity ecosystem, and the FBI's valuable role in identifying, disrupting, and imposing costs on America's cyber adversaries. The FBI Cyber Division turns 20 years old this year, and over that time, the American public has invested heavily to ensure the FBI has staff where it is needed most. Today, we have more than 1,000 cyber-trained personnel spread across 56 field offices and more than 350 sub-offices, and we can now put a cyber-trained agent on nearly any doorstep in this country within 1 hour of an attack. We have agents located in more than 70 countries working with our global law enforcement and intelligence counterparts. Some of these agents are dedicated to countering the cyber threat full-time, while others stand ready to support our cyber mission. Today, as you know, we're putting the FBI's decades of expertise countering foreign intelligence and investigating cyber threats in the United States to work against malicious Russian cyber activity. But we do not do it alone. Our emphasis on disrupting cyber adversaries, including through sharing information and enabling our partners, and our partners enabling us, is part of the FBI's continued move away from an indictments and arrest first mentality toward a playbook where we work with the government and industry partners around the world to execute joint sequence operations that impose the greatest possible cost on our adversaries. As this committee knows more than any other, sometimes an arrest and prosecution is the most decisive disruption. Like earlier this month when we were able to bring cyber criminal Yaroslav Vasinski to the inside of a U.S. federal courtroom for his role in the Kaseya attack. And the willingness of the Justice Department and the FBI to publicly attribute and expose damaging cyber intrusions by Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea has undermined those governments' denials and created a platform for U.S. allies to condemn destabilizing cyber activity while also undermining our adversaries' operations. Our focus, though, is investigating based on information we obtain from all sources: victims, foreign intelligence services, human sources, and our surveillance of adversary infrastructure, and then pushing it to whoever can do the most good for victims here and cause the most harm to hackers abroad. At the risk of making some enemies on this committee, I'll draw a comparison between the FBI's role in the cyber ecosystem and an event I attended 30 years ago yesterday when Duke beat Kentucky in the 1992 NCAA Men's Eastern Regional Final. Sometimes we're Grant Hill throwing the pass, and sometimes we're Christian Laettner taking the shot. Having said that, for the FBI to continue supporting our partners and executing successful operations ourselves, we need your support, even the Kentucky and North Carolina fans amongst you. As one of our key oversight committees and allies, your backing is crucial for our continued growth of authorities and resources. First, we appreciate Congress's action to pass a mandatory cyber incident reporting law, and we're looking forward to working with CIS and others to implement this legislation in a way that enables law enforcement to use incident reports to disrupt our cyber adversaries. At the same time, we need to be postured to continue hiring and retaining the right people to achieve our goals. At the FBI, we have been working hard to identify ways to better attract, train, and retain talented tech minds. Although we promote our mission to the greatest extent possible, the calling to protect American people and uphold the Constitution does not equate to paying off weighty student loans or entitle someone to a salary competitive with what's available in the private sector. We have found our struggles to pay those minds market value, even federal government market value, is often a deal breaker. We will continue to work with DOJ, OPM, the administration, and Congress to ensure we're able to properly pay and incentivize our cyber workforce. While we're trying to fill these seats with talent, passion, and patriotism, we're seeing the cyber threat grow exponentially. It now touches every program at the FBI. Cyberspace is where nation states go to learn our country's secrets. It's where criminals are extorting billions of dollars, and it's where wars are being waged. We are now at a critical juncture. We must keep pace with the expansion of the tools at our adversaries' disposal, and we need to see the same sense of urgency reflected in funding these programs through increases in our base budget. Yes, the people and technology the FBI Cyber Division needs to keep pace with these adversaries are expensive, but they're essential investments because cybersecurity equates to national security. I look forward to working with this committee on these topics and several other issues important to the success of the FBI and other U.S. government cyber programs. Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and members of this committee, thank you again for inviting me here today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions, and I will recognize myself for 5 minutes to start off. Mr. Vorendran, in September of last year, Howard University was forced to shut down much of its web services after a suspected ransomware attack took over its systems. K-12 schools are also enduring an increase in cyber attacks against their systems. Ransomware attacks in particular surged last year and continued in January. On average, education victims paid over $100,000 in ransom payments to decrypt their data and regain network access. Why are schools and higher education institutions a growing target, and who are the most common perpetrators of cyber attacks on schools?
Sir, I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Who are the most common perpetrators of cyber attacks on schools?
Sir, what we found is that institutions or organizations with low cybersecurity budgets, and I think public schools for the most part would fall into that space, not because they're not trying, but the resources that are available to a K-12 school may be different than the resources available to a multinational company. It is hard to keep up with all the patching requirements, all the new operating systems. And so what we see is cyber criminals really preying on targets of opportunity. We see these criminals looking for opportunities more than precision attacks against one specific entity or one specific sector. And so when those criminals find a vulnerability in a traditional sector, they will continue to exploit it in hopes that they can make a lot of money off of it. In terms of who the most common perpetrators are, the bottom line is the most common perpetrators are cyber criminals. They are global, but the most heavy concentration is through Russian and surrounding countries in the Russian territory.
Thank you. In 2016, Russia attacked Ukraine's Ukrenergo, I hope I pronounced that right, electrical network, succeeding in causing a blackout, but failing to destroy the system. This attack was noteworthy because it was a case where the perpetrator attempted to use software to permanently damage hardware. Can you describe for us how software could be capable of destroying a hardware system? And do we know how many entities have developed or are seeking to develop this capacity?
One of the questions we typically ask is there a bleed over between what we would define as the IT and the OT system, essentially the information technology and the operational element of a company, of an organization, of an entity. And so firmware and hardware different than software, still has the potential to have a lot of vulnerabilities that can be exploited by cyber adversaries. So the software bleed over would really be a question of, can the software being exploited actually affect the operational component? To your second part, it's really challenging question to answer what the scope and scale of those are. We just would point back to the fact that undoubtedly cyber criminals are going to work to find vulnerabilities where they can have the biggest impact, cause the biggest disruption, or make the most money off of those vulnerabilities being exploited.
It's been widely reported that on March 18th, the FBI warned the federal government of Russian hackers scanning the systems of 5 U.S. energy companies as well as other critical infrastructure. What's the significance of a foreign power scanning networks in our energy sector? And have instances of Russian scanning increased in the last month?
So, sir, instances of Russian scanning have increased. The significance of that is I would draw a comparison to traditional crime. In order for a criminal to conduct a bank robbery, it's undoubtedly true that that criminal is going to likely conduct reconnaissance surveillance to understand when the bank may be open, when the bank may be closed, what the security posture looks like. And the scanning of the scanning as you described it, really is a reconnaissance phase to understand what the net defense side of that company would look like and whether there are vulnerabilities that can or cannot be exploited. It's an extremely important part of the overall attack cycle.
Thank you. And my final question, can you explain for us the different ways the FBI is expanding its responses to cyber threats and how it can better serve victims of cyber attacks?
Sure. We always encourage a couple of key things. The first is to build a relationship with your FBI field office. We are all over this country and international as well. But for companies in this country or organizations, K through 12 schools would be included there. We encourage those entities to build a proactive relationship with their FBI cyber squad in their area. We also encourage them to build a proactive relationship with their CISA rep in the area because CISA is going to be very helpful as well and has some helpful resources. Independently of the government, all of those organizations need to have a defined incident response plan. They need to know who they're going to call in the moment they become a victim. They need to know who their insurance company is, who their attorney is, who they're going to call at the FBI, who they're going to call at CISA. We recommend that those are exercised every 90 days, not that they're drafted by a general counsel and put on the shelf and never thought of again. And then the third thing we say is if you do become a victim, we would ask that you report. You can report to CISA, you can report to the Bureau. It doesn't much matter to us. We'll synchronize on the backside to make sure that those companies have the weight of the U.S. government. In terms of things that we can do, sir, the list is potentially endless. We've been asked to help with the media before, we're willing to do that. We've been asked to help with victim services. If somebody's not going to get a paycheck, we're willing to do that. We've been asked to help take servers offline, we're willing to do that. We've been asked to simply take the indicators of compromise that are provided by that organization's third-party incident response firm and then move on to our investigation. We're happy to do that. It really is a menu of options that we can provide in that moment.
Thank you. My time has expired, Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's estimated that the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center received nearly 2,500 complaints in 2020, which represented a 20% increase over the previous year. And over that same time, there was a 225% increase in ransom payoffs from nearly 9 million in 2019 to nearly 30 million in 2020. But it actually may be a lot worse than that because my understanding is if the payoffs that were reported were $30 million, there's a number of experts who believe it could be 10 times that amount. So we're looking at $350 million. So in other words, only 1 out of 10 of the incidences or even reporting it, 9 out of 10, they actually pay off the criminals. That same report estimated that cyber crimes, whether it's phishing or extortion or identity theft or data breaches of botnets or that they all collectively cost the American businesses, and after all, small businesses especially, employ about half the people in this country, about $4 billion with a B. And again, the chairman mentioned the Colonial Pipeline attack, which my understanding is was one of the most devastating ransomware attacks in U.S. history. And eventually, to contain that attack, the Colonial Pipeline made the decision to pay over $4 million to the criminals. And it turned out the decryption tool that was sent back to them in return for the payment wasn't particularly helpful in restoring the functionality to their networks, which is my understanding oftentimes the case. The good news, of course, is that the Department of Justice was able to track and to seize roughly, my understanding, about half of the payment that was made to the Russian-based hackers. But that still left about $2 million to the criminals to be used against future victims of malware crimes. And it's likely that the figures I've just mentioned only represent the tip of the iceberg of this ever-growing problem. Cybersecurity experts estimate that ransomware victims made an average payment of about $300,000 in 2020. They further suggest that when a company made a ransom payment, less than 1 out of 10 of them actually regained access in a reasonable amount of time to their hijacked data. Undoubtedly, cyber attacks are becoming more frequent. They're having larger impacts, and many, unsurprisingly, are connected to the governments, as has been mentioned, of both Russia and China. So, Mr. Vorndran, let me get to my questions. First, do you agree that of their ill-gotten gains, the payoffs basically that are made to these criminals, some significant portion of that is likely to go towards targeting the next victim or victims, that they're not donating this money, they're not donating it to the Red Cross or the American Cancer Society or the Little Sisters of the Poor. It's more people, the public or businesses, that are going to be targeted. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And that's what I'd like to focus on. We've got to make cybercrime, particularly the use of malware extortion, less lucrative, less profitable to these internet thugs. How about making it illegal to pay them off? After all, giving them money which we know they'll use to go after the next victim is sort of like aiding and abetting the next crime in some ways. Would you agree with that?
So, sir, if you're asking me if I think it's right to make the paying of ransoms illegal, I don't think that's a good decision. And the reason is because it creates a triple extortion model. And so in our current system, ransomware actors, cyber criminals can attack a company and hold an extortion for payment to get a decryption key. They can also extort that company or that organization to threaten to leak information, PII, of company employees or other sensitive information. That's the second of the 3 extortions. If you make the paying of ransoms illegal, you're creating a third extortion, which means that if a company chooses to pay and they have now broken the law, then a cyber adversary has the ability to hold them accountable for that in the public's eye and threaten them even more with a higher extortion. So we would actually recommend that that's not the best decision, but that's certainly just an FBI perspective.
Okay, well, I think it's something that certainly ought to be considered because what we're doing right now certainly has not worked. They're still doing it. They're getting more money than ever. Companies are actually allowed to write off on their taxes a payoff. Is that correct?
Sir, I don't know the answer to that question. I apologize.
Well, they are. They can do it, and I would argue that it's against public policy to allow that to occur. And then finally, some insurance companies, I understand, actually advise their clients that paying off the blackmailer is the cheapest course of action. You understand or have heard that?
So I think...
Gentleman's time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
You want me to answer?
Yeah.
Sir, in terms of advisement of an insurance company to a victim, we think what we hear is that companies are put in a position to simply make a business decision. So when I go back to my position before I joined the FBI at Procter & Gamble, and we made a very large-scale manufacturing, I was told, hey, Brian, listen, an hour of downtime on this manufacturing line equates to this much revenue. And I think the business equation for any business that becomes a victim is simply that. If we're looking at restoring from backups taking 24 hours or 48 hours or 72 hours, and that equates to $4 million of lost revenue, and we can pay a ransom for $3 million. From a business decision, it's actually cheaper to pay the ransom. Now, to your first point, that just fuels the fire, and that just causes the criminal enterprise to grow stronger. So it is very much a vicious cycle.
Thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Laughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Thorngren, for your testimony and for your appearance before the committee today. You know, most computer systems and transactions with sensitive information are encrypted in one way or another. I'm sure you would agree that encryption is important to defending against cyber threats, and that cyber defenses without effective end-to-end encryption are problematic. Now, historically, the FBI has called for legally mandated backdoors to allow law enforcement access to encrypted communications. Is this still the FBI's position, and how does that square with the importance of encryption to effective cyber defense and the risks of legally mandated backdoors?
Ma'am, thanks for the question. I am not an expert on lawful access as we define what you're describing, but I'll do my best with your question. When we talk about backdoors, we're really talking about should federal law enforcement have the authorities through court-approved warrants to see evidence on a device that is critical to a criminal prosecution or investigation.
Well, I understand that, but the question is, do we want to build in vulnerabilities to encryption to allow that court order to be effective? But we understand, we're the Judiciary Committee, we understand court orders.
Yeah, I do think that it's important that law enforcement has access to that data through official court process.
Let me ask this. In ransomware attacks, you know, attackers have locked companies and institutions out of their own data and systems. Now, in at least one instance, according to the House Oversight Committee testimony, the FBI reportedly got a decryption key on its own that could unlock a certain ransomware, but didn't provide the key to the victim. And according to the testimony that I think you provided, the FBI repeatedly tested the decryptor in different environments, and that is a quote of your testimony, in order to avoid introducing new vulnerabilities and backdoors into U.S. infrastructures. Can you explain this? How might a decryption key create new vulnerabilities?
Yes, ma'am. That's my testimony from Oversight and Reform, I believe in December, with National Cyber Director Chris Inglis. So that specific decryption key that you're referencing, which is an open source, is related to Kaseya. When we were able to obtain that, we obviously don't go to Best Buy and purchase that and have a trusted supply chain. And so the way we're able to obtain that is littered with potential points of vulnerability and criminal access to it. So when we were able to pull that, it's extremely important that we put that through a testing environment to make sure that it doesn't have any additional malware or create any additional backdoors, as you describe it, or vulnerabilities as we implement it, not just in Kaseya, but in their downstream environment.
Let me ask another question, and it really goes to something that the European Union has just done, which is to require technology platforms to interoperate with other apps and services. For example, requiring WhatsApp to connect and communicate with other chat and messaging systems. That's a laudable goal, I think, that everybody on the committee shares. A concern has been expressed in some areas about the impact on cybersecurity. Alex Stamos, who is at the Stanford Internet Observatory, one of the leading cyber research facilities in the United States, said this: there's no way to allow for end-to-end encryption without trusting every provider to handle the identity management. If the goal is for all of the messaging systems to treat each other's users exactly the same, then this is a privacy and security nightmare. Now, I'm not asking you to comment on legislation you may not be familiar with, but generally speaking, do you agree that requiring private companies to connect and interoperate with other entities could create new cybersecurity vulnerabilities, especially if it reduces or eliminates end-to-end encryption or other security measures that are in place.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay, I see that my time has expired, Mr. Chairman, and so I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. Mr. Founder, I am trying to figure something out. What is the purpose of these cyber attacks on Colonial Pipeline, JBS, Solar Winds, et cetera? In a short summary.
Sure. Two different points. So on JBS and on Colonial, it's pure financial gain for a criminal element. On Solar Winds, the best answer I can provide you, it's obviously Russia's state-backed activity. To see what that software as a service and supply chain attack could get them access to, that would be of interest to them. So perhaps U.S. government information, where Solar Winds is a software platform in any number one of the departments, but it would be an access point so that they could exfiltrate or find information that's of interest to them.
So there have also been attacks, cyber attacks on OPM, on government agencies, gathering data about United States citizens and former government employees or for other purposes. I assume that some of the cyber attacks on banks, other institutions, give the cyber attackers the ability to gain information about U.S. citizens.
Yes, sir.
And I'm also assuming that at a time of war, that could be used to destabilize our country.
Certainly, that's one of the potential uses, yes.
And so we really have sort of two categories, if I'm not mistaken, and I appreciate Mr. Shavitz's questions about how this money can be used to further the enterprise. When Procter & Gamble makes toothpaste, they sell it, and they're going to be able to make more toothpaste. When these folks receive money, they're going to be able to invest in maybe more intricate equipment or more people and continue their activities. But there's also this national security implication where U.S. citizens are vulnerable as a result of all of these, not all of these, but some of these attacks.
Yeah, I think that when we look at Russia specifically and their targeting, but if you're okay with it, I'll expand it to China as well. When we look at their targeting of what I'll call personally identifiable information, that is something that they're going to take back and utilize to craft a more overarching campaign. It's very hard for me to say what those are here in this moment, not because it's classified or unclassified. We just don't know how they're going to potentially use that information. I could come up with a use case in my mind that says perhaps the Chinese are using it in the criminal underground to generate income off of U.S. PII, right? I mean, there's any number of use cases. So I think your terminology of destabilizing is absolutely fair, but it's very hard for me to be precise about exactly what they're going to do with that information.
Well, here's the issue, I guess. We know that part of a future war would be attacking the infrastructure of another country. And so if Russia had the capability to shut down our electric grid, or our airports, or whatever it is, our banking system, if there was in fact a war, obviously we all pray there never is such a thing, but if there was, that could be. But it could also be to make sure that Thomas Massey, for example, wouldn't have access to his bank account. There's a lot of money in that bank account, I understand, and so if there is that type of, and what I'm wondering is there that type of individual capability to not just take out an infrastructure system, but also affect individuals, whether they're in leadership positions in this country or not?
Yeah, so we have seen leadership individuals targeted precisely, right? We have seen the primary, you can name them, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, take precision action to compromise an email account, to compromise primarily an email account, as I'm working through it in my head, of all people that we all know the names of in this country. But for the average American, What we see at both the state actor side and the criminal side is overarching campaigns to have the most disruptive capacity that they're capable of, not really precision targeting of Mr. Massey's bank account, independent of the amount of money that may be.
Well, I'm sure he finds that comforting. I guess my last question is, what can Americans do? Obviously, these major companies have staffs and they can take care of themselves, or maybe not. But what can Americans do to protect themselves from an attack like this?
Yeah, I mean, two basic things, right? Ensure that your operating system on your home computer is upgraded to the most current operating system, whether that's traditional Microsoft or Apple. And number two is two-factor authentication on all your accounts. Never use the same email or same password on any accounts. And like, think about it this way, right? If people did open source research on me, they would understand where I grew up, probably could get my wife's name, probably could get my brother's name, probably could understand where I've lived, where I've worked. Well, that's largely what people use for their passwords. And so if you do life-based profiling around that, you can really narrow down how to break a password. So really obscure passwords and long passwords is very good advice.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Bourndon, thank you so very much. I've got a bunch of pithy questions, I hope, and you will help me get it within the time frame that I have. First of all, I've introduced legislation, HR 2980, which is the Cybersecurity Vulnerability Remediation Act, which has passed the House, which gives your counterpart, DHS, working with you, of course, and the FBI, just the opportunity to be able to mitigate against cybersecurity vulnerabilities and to know more about ransomware attacks and ransom payments, something I think all of our agencies should ramp up. But we look to the FBI, we look to the Department of Defense and Homeland Security to really be our front line. And so as you answer your question, I'd like your comment as to the importance of that kind of efforts in various agencies that you partner with. I'm giving you an answer, but if you would share that in your answer as we come forward. This is a question of vulnerabilities, and so my question, and I have a series of them, is to what extent the FBI can provide early warnings of perceived vulnerabilities and or incursions. And when I let you do that, and then I'm trying to get in a bunch before my time.
I'll be quick. So what you're describing is, can the FBI or anyone else in the U.S. government actually provide what we would consider tactical warning of an imminent cyber attack? It's a very, very, very hard threshold to meet. What we consider currently in the current ecosystem is we have absolute strategic warning that Russia plans to hit us. We will do our best amongst our interagency partners to provide more real-time updates, as we already have, through specific sectors, but providing what I would call tactical warning that this is imminent is going to be very, very hard, because it assumes that we see everything and we don't.
But can you get in the ballpark sometimes?
We have been in the ballpark in the last 3 weeks, yes.
And the vulnerability question that I had in agencies getting abilities to know more about ransomware and vulnerability, is that a good thing that they should be focused on?
Anything that makes us stronger through legislation in terms of information sharing, transparency, understanding vulnerabilities, we're absolutely supportive and willing to look at.
What do you think about an affirmative act or affirmative responsibility, maybe legally, for the companies that have been attacked to notice the FBI? I knew that was a problem with Colonial. I was really shocked how long they waited or they hesitated. Obviously, it was a new time frame. What do you think about that?
So I think that through the legislation that just passed Congress and the Senate in the last couple weeks through HISGAC with CISA specifically, that we're able to get real-time access to the reports that CISA is going to have access to through law. And so we hope that we're able to accomplish that in the near term.
One of the bottom rock part of the infrastructure of democracy is voting. In 2021, U.S. Cyber Command acknowledged that in 2020 it launched an operation against the software TrickBot, which posed a danger to U.S. voting systems. Are U.S. voting systems in continued danger from malware, unlike other representations of individuals? like TrickBot, and what is the scope of the malware threat going into the 2022 election season? Where's the FBI in this effort of prevention?
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to be really clear. For victims of what we would call cyber interference operations targeting election infrastructure, candidates and campaigns, and other election-related victims, the FBI is lead on the threat response side through PPD 41. We have two primary functions there: victim and witness assistance and attribution. In terms of vulnerabilities going into 2022, all I can say is that it's something that we started talking about over a year ago. And when I say we, at the interagency level, to include the agency that you referenced, and we are meeting routinely on a regular basis to ensure that 2022 is a secure election.
I would look forward to maybe a briefing that is separate and distinct, that focuses squarely on that, because that is the bedrock of democracy. And we've already heard some accusations that are far away from the truth, but still speak to the issue of violations dealing with voting. So thank you. Let me just, you're not the Department of Defense, but can Russia win a war with cyber attacks? Obviously, having just listened this morning to Ukrainian parliamentarian women who talked about just the sheer brutality and bloodshed and butchering that's going on, can Russia now just move to cyber efforts?
Ma'am, that's a really hard question for me to answer, not because I don't want to, but I just don't know the answer. Right?
In your involvement with them, their capacity.
Russia is one of the two most capable cyber adversaries we face globally. Whether they have the ability to completely destabilize our country and win a war is a whole different conversation, but they are a formidable foe.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just want to introduce into the record 4 articles dealing with cybersecurity, which maybe I'll get a chance to talk about: the rockets, Memorial Hospital, medical provider, UMCC, hospital, as I indicated, cybersecurity. I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I ask unanimous consent to submit into the record on cyber attacks in Texas and in Houston.
Without objection, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, thank you for being here today. I'm over here, way over here.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know anything about this, but on March 21st, myself and several of my colleagues sent a letter to Director Wray with regard to various issues, and I'm wondering if you've come prepared to answer questions on his behalf, since he's chosen not to answer our questions.
Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Have you come prepared today to answer questions that any of my colleagues have? We've sent Director Wray three letters within the last 3 weeks.
If you're referring to just on my prep notes, I have a March 21st letter on the sensitive investigative matter audit. Is that the one you're?
Yes. Are you prepared to answer questions on that?
I am not, sir.
Okay. But you are aware of that? Will you take back to Director Wray that we expect an answer soon?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Last June, President Biden gave President Vladimir Putin a list of 16 critical infrastructure entities that are off limits to a Russian cyber attack. And then a week ago, President Biden warned that a cyber attack is coming and is imminent. The entities that he described in June were listed as critical infrastructure entities. According to CISA, 16 entities included commercial facilities, chemical communications, critical manufacturing, dams, energy, defense, industrial base, emergency services, financial, food and agriculture, government facilities, healthcare and public health, information technology, nuclear reactors, materials and waste, transportation systems, and water and wastewater systems. I think you're probably aware of that list that he provided, because it was in your documentation as well. So giving a list of entities that are off limit implies that all other entities are fair game for cyber attacks, or maybe it is that we haven't adequately protected other sectors. But as former DNI Ratcliffe suggested in a story that was included his comments about it, was that you might actually accidentally be suggesting that we have vulnerabilities in these areas. Can you tell me what the president has done, what he's directed you guys to do to protect these sectors, or any other area, for that matter, from cybersecurity threats?
Sir, I'll do my best with your question. I mean, the president doesn't tell us anything, what we should or shouldn't do. What we've agreed upon internally within the FBI and our interagency partners, and the interagency partners that I think are notable are Cyber Command.
Hold on, before you get there, it just occurs to me that if he doesn't tell you anything to do, did you know that he was going to give that list of sensitive sectors to Vladimir Putin?
No, sir, I did not.
Did anybody on your team know?
I don't know that answer.
So there was no communication, no briefing from the White House that he was going to share that list of vulnerabilities?
Not that made it to me.
Okay, and so if you can give me a brief response then, previously as you were giving.
Sure. When we look at our primary interagency partners, state, treasury, the folks at the fort, CIA, et cetera, we all have a very, very good working plan related to the current threat streams about what our priority goals are. And so there is extremely strong operational coordination based on strategic and tactical intelligence that I think if any of them were sitting here today in front of you, separate from me, that would speak with confidence about what we're prioritizing.
And those 16 areas that President Biden listed off to Vladimir Putin, has there been cyber security attacks or breaches in any of those 16 areas since he's given that list to Putin?
Sir, I don't know the answer to your question. I apologize. I can certainly take that back and get that answered for you. I just don't know in this moment.
Okay, I wish you would let us know. And then also, if you can identify, since you don't know that, you probably can't answer the next question, which was, have any of those come from Russia? And so if you can identify whether they're national actors or other actors, if you can identify where those threats have come from and those attacks have come from. Are you aware of any other cyber attacks to any other entities outside the 16 sensitive areas that the president listed and gave to Vladimir Putin?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe those, please?
Well, just off the top of my head, certainly we have software companies that have been targeted. I'm just trying to go through my head over the past couple weeks. We certainly have, sir, as I'm working through this in my head in real time, there are compromises against some of those 16 critical infrastructure sectors that you mentioned. I can't speak specifically to which ones.
And you can provide that
The
to...
gentleman has expired.
Well, Mr. Chairman, can I just, I've got some submissions for the record.
Yes.
Thank you. An article dated September 29th said U.S. deports high-profile hacker to Russia before prison sentence ends. A series of CISA articles and notifications and memos, as well as a piece by Leah Barkos entitled "Biden Actually Gave Putin a List of Critical Infrastructure Not to Carry Out Cyber Attacks in the U.S." Another piece entitled "Ratcliffe Says Biden Handed Putin the Wrong List. It Should Have Been a List of Our Targets in Russia." Another one on The Sun from June 18, 2021. Biden gave Putin green light to cyber attack U.S. when he listed 16 off-limit targets, experts say. Another one says, entitled "Biden's Off-Limits List for Russian Cyber Attacks Criticized as Green Light to Target Everything Else." Another piece entitled "Russia May Target U.S. Businesses with Cyber Attacks, Biden Warns." Another piece entitled "Biden Warns Russian Cyber Attacks Are Coming." The official statement by the White House, and then a series of memos from that are joint cybersecurity.
Without objection to everything you're submitting.
Okay, got a whole bunch more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ransomware attacks struck the city of Atlanta in March of 2018, causing a disruption to municipal functions and affecting critical sectors, including the drinking water system, the police department, the judicial system, and other critical departments. That attack cost taxpayers nearly $2.7 million in emergency contracts to recover. And Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, then Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, later called on the federal government to, quote, expand programs that share real-time threat information, which is often critical in avoiding and mitigating threats, end quote. Now, there are reports, Mr. Vorndran, that the federal government's response to the Atlanta cybersecurity attack was incredibly lackluster and prompted needed change. How has the role of the FBI in responding to a municipal government ransomware attack changed since 2018?
Sure, sir. Just my records do not indicate that it was lackluster. In fact, the city of Atlanta engaged the FBI and the U.S. Secret Service almost immediately. There was actually a leaked ransomware note, certainly not by the FBI, that actually prevented the city of Atlanta from being able to pay a ransom. I would note that we have indicted 2 Iranians for that activity, but to your core question, listen, we strive for perfection. I'm not saying we're always there, but we strive for perfection. Our goal in that moment is to provide any and all available resources that a company, in this case a victim, or in this case a municipality, a city, is in need of. As I've described, that could include taking a server offline, that could include victim service support, that could include support with the media, or any number of other things. To your question about sharing indicators, I think the velocity of which we share indicators has definitely improved, and that's not just an FBI statement, that's a U.S. government interagency statement. And certainly a goal of ours is to improve the velocity even more. But those are some of the foundational goals that we have when we respond to a victim.
Thank you, sir. And if Atlanta were to happen again today, what would the FBI do differently than what it did in response to the Atlanta attack?
Sure, sir. So I obviously was not in Atlanta when that happened, so I'm not familiar with the inner workings of that incident response. But in today's world, if the FBI received the call first, we would first contact CISA, and between CISA and the FBI, perhaps Secret Service as well, we would go meet with the victim, and to the best of the victim's ability, in this case, use case Atlanta, ask them what is going on and how we can help. And we, again, as the U.S. government, there are certain recommendations that we would have for anybody in this position that Atlanta was in. Probably the most notable one is to specifically identify a point of ingress and egress into and out of the organization by the federal government. So that could be CISA, that could be the FBI, that could be Secret Service, but that will help synthesize the flow of information, in this use case with Atlanta and the U.S. government.
Thank you. What role, if any, is there for the private sector when it comes to attacks against governmental entities like municipalities or government agencies? Is there room for the private sector? Is there a need for the private sector?
Absolutely. The private sector is going to see the threats almost, let's just say 9 times out of 10, the private sector is likely to see the manifestation of the threat before the U.S. government. Because remember, when you have these major multinational companies out there that are all U.S. based, I don't want to name them in public testimony, but they are the infrastructure that all of us ride on for our networking needs. And all of us means Americans at the household level all the way up to the multinational corporation level. And so they're going to be able to see activity very, very quickly. And so they have an absolutely enormous role. And I think being part of the ecosystem in the last year has shown that they have been willing to step very formidably into that space to benefit the U.S. government and to benefit victims.
Okay, I thank you for your responses. My time has wound down, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would tell the witness that I wasn't going to ask any questions today until he brought up the Duke versus UK ball game from ancient history. But I do have some questions that I want to ask now. First of all, are you aware of a piece of software named Pegasus? It's provided by NSO Group, Israeli software company.
Yes, sir.
Does the FBI use this program? It looks like they had a license to it for $5 million.
Yeah, so the FBI has not and did not ever use the NSO products operationally or in any investigation. We did buy a limited license for testing and evaluation. Those limited licenses are part of our normal exploratory process to understand what other technologies are out there. But again, we've never purchased it for use operationally or in an ongoing investigation.
So your division hasn't used this spyware domestically?
No, sir.
Have you detected the use of this software domestically?
Sir, there's reporting in the media about Apple filing a lawsuit against NSO, and there's a lot of information in that article. I can't comment further on your question truly due to classification, but if that is of interest to you, we could consider a background briefing.
I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Executive Order 14028, called Improving the Nation's Cybersecurity, requires agencies to adopt a zero trust architecture and to achieve certain goals by the end of fiscal year 2024. The FireEye hack was possible because everybody trusted that software. And so I think the zero trust architecture has merit. Can you tell us if cybercrime or cyber division has taken any steps toward that executive order in adopting zero trust architecture or promoting that?
Sure. So, I mean, when we look at 14028, which is really tailored towards DHS and CISA's role in the cybersecurity ecosystem, CISA would be responsible for multi-factor authentication recommendations, zero trust. We are absolutely supportive of all those top-line requests because they do move us to a better security posture. From a bureau perspective, what we're focused on is that executive order should lead to more transparency between government and private sector, standard operating procedures for incident response, alignment between the bureau and CISA on what incident response is and how to do it effectively.
One of the sort of catch-22s or oxymorons that I see in cybersecurity is in order to be most secure, some platforms and operating systems require real-time updates. And in other words, the argument is that if you detect some kind of vulnerability, you can push out the fix immediately to those platforms. But the problem is hackers use that as a vulnerability in itself. And so, how do you view that trade-off? You mentioned before, everybody should have the most recent operating system, and I think that's good advice. But, should we promote, allow, encourage, or should we discourage operating systems that do their own updates without user involvement, without a sort of a two-factor authentication, without some user sitting there saying, okay, I'll accept this update?
Sure. I mean, what you're describing is exactly how SolarWinds was utilized to catalyze a downstream attack in terms of a forced update. What I would simply say is perhaps a third recommendation for people in America, but for corporations to have daily backups, so that if that forced OS update or another update compromises the system, you or your company has a within 24-hour backup that would allow you to restore fairly efficiently with the most relevant data.
My final question, when it comes to security audits, it seems like it's not such a great idea to let the same vendors that are selling the software do the audits. And do you think there's any merit into making sure that these audits are legitimate audits instead of sort of scripts that the vendor provides, the software vendor provides, and then the end user runs the script and then feels secure because now they think they've audited it, but they really don't know what's going on?
Yeah,
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
I just think due diligence of vendors and understanding your risk profile as an organization is extremely important. That's based on your own variabilities. Same conversation we have for doing business in China. There's going to be risk. What is your risk tolerance? And what is your due diligence to put your organization in the best position possible?
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this hearing, and thank you to our witness for being here. In recent years, we've seen an alarming number of cyber attacks on our nation's infrastructure, including election systems, police departments, local governments, and hospitals. And in fact, a healthcare company in Rhode Island was affected this year when a contractor of Care New England faced a cyber attack that disrupted their payroll system, requiring Care New England to pay its approximately 7,500 employees manually. So, Mr. John, my first question is, what is it about healthcare providers that the FBI and CISA back in October of 2020 did an advisory warning of an increase in imminent cybercrime threat to the healthcare and public health sectors? So why is the healthcare industry such a lucrative target for ransomware attackers? And what is the FBI doing to help healthcare providers protect against this vulnerability?
Sure. I appreciate the question, and I say that sincerely, sir, because it's an area that touches all of us and people in our families and in our circles of friends. What we would say is that we saw criminals, ransomware actors, shamelessly trying to exploit the COVID-19 pandemic by attempting to extract high payouts from target areas, like you said, such as hospitals. That can mean disruptions to patient care are fully on the table to motivate a victim into paying a ransom for their information or system access. The reason is because obviously those hospitals are life safety related, and hospitals in that scenario, faced with that set of circumstances, are likely going to be more willing to pay a ransom more quickly. And so it becomes a very, very target-rich environment for a financially motivated group.
Fellow man, I don't think you're honest, and I think you're a larper just like them. I gave you blue, because I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. You fuck me, I'm gonna ruin you. Fellow man, I don't think you're honest, and I think you're a larper just like them. I gave you blue, because I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. You fuck me, I'm gonna ruin you.
Get an excuse or a message onto why it's deleted, but since I'm going to upload again, I was going to put it in the description, but I guess I'll just say it myself.
I just want to see the clip.
This
I just want to watch the clip.
that happens to be a... This would have never happened if I would have pulled over to that.
Okay, sir, but fine. Let's go. Yeah, look. But why did you get pulled over? He hasn't even told me. He hasn't told me. He hasn't told me, babe.
Ain't nothing much going on in this video.
Situation to drag me.
All right, moving on. Back to Von 2 cut, because that's what we're here for. Okay, I don't know why you post a video talking about how you almost got raped, but you ain't showing no type of evidence. You put up this video that ain't showing much of shit. Oh, and I keep seeing 333, by the way. I don't know why I keep saying 333, but well, I know why, but I actually made a video on it. But anyways, yeah, back to the video of her talking about Von 2 cut.
That area is much more smaller than the whole body. That's how you know it's taking vitamins and probably has surgery too. But let's let it speak.
Yo, she said this nigga taking vitamins and probably had surgery. Keyword probably had surgery. She don't even have no type of evidence on this nigga, but she made a video on this nigga. Who does that? Like,
wildlife centers, people who are trained.
Our next feature has Twitter page on the run. Oh look, a graveyard. fantastic way to get a new identity. You dig for the gold.
He does have an app.
It's a twit, baby, silly drunk.
He can't even wipe his ass.
Look, it's blazing
That's
scar.
why he has shit stains. You want to call me a drunk? You're lucky I don't record. Because you always got shit stains when you stand up.
Oh, sexy cop in the graveyard.
You burns.
Twitter, pig, in love.
But basically, it's an extortion ring. They see somebody with creative ability and money. They see something like your videos, TC. You're showing some creative talent. Aaron Cox is a trust fund baby. And he's a psychopath. And he's known to the law because I was questioned about whether I knew him or not. I was questioned by the Port Authority when they were looking into the explosion videos. I'm not bluffing or lying or exaggerating, TC. On top of it, Aaron Cox and Sugar Shine's boyfriend sent emails to a number of people, including officials here in Nueces County, that were essentially blackmailing the Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton.
About arguing over voodoo dolls, so she named her cat Voodoo. What the fuck? Nobody cares what you name your cat, except for it's hilarious to name off arguments off YouTube. Oh, Kim Trigger? You're absolutely wound up. I got normal voice, Miss Kim. Shut up! Okay, Lori's getting ready to come here because I get ready to say her name in a few minutes. There she is, in all of her glory. She wouldn't dare do something like that, now would she? She wants you to say something nice to everyone today. You are nothing, Becky. You are absolutely wound up, and it's okay. You know what? You understand what you are.
Bitch.
I don't
You're
understand
the
what you are.
fat-ass
Nick,
bitch,
I don't think so. Sorry about
even with
that.
your fucking teeth
I don't
out,
either.
your husband has to bring you
Very
dinner.
rarely.
You're not woman.
See? Oh, but she can hit on my husband and all this other crap. And yeah, and Nick is, I'm the one that's all wound up. And listen to Kim.
Enough to cook for a fucking man.
Oh, Kim's jealous because I have a man. She wants me to cook more often. Yet she has no clue how often I cook. Can't make this shit up, folks. Out my husband
You
has to
suck.
make me dinner.
You suck as a woman. You don't even know the fucking definition. And Lee,
You suck as a woman. You don't even know the definition.
and Lee, you know what? Get out of here, you bastard.
You know what? You don't even know if Lee was in there yet. You're saying shit to him.
Oh,
Lee
you're
is there,
going
Kim.
after James D in my chat? You're going after James D in my chat. Smart.
Oh, by the way, before we do all of this, the Silentium account is being cloned.
Oh, you sure want me to take a pee like Mr. Zombies? I bet Lee's tried that. He's peed in his own mouth like zombies, the sick bastards they are. Jeez.
Is being cloned by the cops. Yep, Aaron, you're doing it. You probably did the James D one too. I caught you. I caught you using the Swinthian clone over in Eric's room, and then came back to your own room and re-wrenched Swinthian, then unwrenched because I typed in there real quick. So you unwrenched her and Diana. And then, as soon as I left,
Oh,
you
no.
re-wrenched it.
Oh, Cox is
So
wrenching
you're
and
the one
unwrenching
floating
people.
around all the clones now,
Oh,
aren't
man.
you, Cox?
Say what
You
there?
know, Protector Cox floating around the clones. In there real quick. So you unwrenched her and Diana.
Oh.
And then, as soon as I left, you re-wrenched it. So you're the one floating around all the clones now, aren't you, Cox?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You know, Protector Cox floating around the clones.
Whoa,
Move, motherfucker. Smart move. You're another one that thinks you're so smart. You keep
Who am
back
I
in
gonna
places.
call?
Y'all going the
Who
same
am I
place.
gonna call? See, who sounds triggered here, Nick?
I think Becky's the fag hack Gary Hunt protector. Dude, dude. That's just my opinion. That's what it looks like there. Huh? It's all kind of intertwined there, you guys. Between Mr. Hunt and Mr. Slowburgers. They all gotta kind of intertwine with each other. Work over here, work over there. Uh-huh. Thought I smelled some muffins when I was trying to be cool with that blazing weirdo. Uh-huh. You guys see what's going on there?
I don't know. You're running out of names, Becky. You're running
I
out of
don't know.
names. I mean, you've kind
I
of
can't.
brought up.
Look, everyone can say, I don't care, say my name. I'm not crying about that. You know, everyone knows Becky Dean. Yet Kim's trying to privacy strike me for putting our knot up. And look, the ghost is just sitting there. Now, I don't have no peace.
She does bring in family members so that she can attack them.
Oh, but I just listened about my husband.
He's burned herself.
Oh,
not just family members.
There's no pockets left for you, Becky. So
it was
you
nice
stay
to start
with
it on me.
who you are.
And
And
then
don't
put
bring
that
your
kid.
people in here to
And
attack
Clint was
you.
brought up her kid,
He
and
happens
you
to be in
brought up
my
your
fucking
kid.
chat. Don't do it, Becky.
So don't blame
Don't
me.
quit bringing your people in here to attack people in my chat.
Okay, get this. All these people weren't brought in by Kim. But as soon as one person enters the chat, I supposedly bring him in. The hypocrisy of Kim.
You think it's a joke? Again, for anybody that doesn't understand, I am playing this video at 1.25 speed. It was released at a slower rate, and we just sped it up to 1.25, which according to the code and Richard Murdoch, this is the correct speed that it should have been in the first place. In other words, what I'm understanding, she recorded this and then slowed it down to 0.75. So that it can change everything. Whoa.
It's quite epic.
You don't attack James Jake.
Oh, so you brought all these people in here to attack me, Kim? Is that right?
No, they just know what you are.
Oh, so but if somebody else types, then I bring them in. See how that
It's
works?
an open panel, Becky.
Am I
I
getting
don't
ready to
do
bust
people
the
like
chaos
you do.
guy?
I don't do people like you. If they want to talk,
Oh, yes, you do.
my
Yes, you
panel's
do.
open. No, I didn't let you on.
What
I
you tell
didn't
Brenda
let
goes
you
to
on.
Tamara. And what
That's
you
the
tell
problem.
Lori goes back to
Tamara's
Clovis.
not blocking
Oh,
you.
so I said what you tell Lori goes back to Clovis. That's all, that's what I said. Here we go. We're Alexander out of finals.
Oh, there it is. No, but Clovis not blocking here. Clovis isn't blocking.
Again, for anybody that doesn't understand, I am playing this video at 1.25.
Who's not cutting up for it?
How many more names did you just?
Excuse me? She couldn't go 2 hours without dropping my fucking name. That's
There you
right.
go.
We'll wait for it.
Muffins drinking coffee together. They're all sitting in a little room eating muffins, drinking coffee together. They're all sitting in a little room eating muffins, drinking coffee together. And then they go out and they play court.
You're the one that said get a rope, bitch. You lying piece of cunt. Lori. Let's get that rope.
Whoa!
Click, Mark.
Wow!
You wanna fuck with her?
See how silent I go?
Whoa!
She knew exactly. That's why she came up as a ghost.
Wow!
Because she's a pussy.
Whoa!
A flat out pussy.
Whoa!
There you have it.
Wow!
People wanted the receipt. Enjoy your vacation there, Lori. Hey, love ya.
Shout out to my company, the company that I work for, YouTube, for letting me play all this copyrighted material and giving me free reign on YouTube to do whatever I want. Yeah. See those cacti?
Before picking love. Twitter, pick and love.
Since you guys are clapping, can I get a clap, like a steady clap, like? Hey, piggy, 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 pig, pig. Hey, piggy, 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 pig, pig. Come here. Come here. Hey, piggy, 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 pig, pig. Hey, piggy, 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 pig, pig. Come here. Come here. All right. Now, when I say hey, I want you to say pig. Hey. Hey. When I say hey, I want you to say pig. Hey. Hey. All right. Thank y'all so much.
Fellow man, I don't think you're honest, and I think you're a LARPer just like that. I gave you blue, because I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. You fuck me, I'm gonna ruin you.
Сегодня активно обижается добивать мой язык. Битву Божемора, Висотав, Горы, Горки, отсыпал это всякой генерации, там ты зарастышь. Братья Твору, помогайте отвоевание, по-новому, философию культуру, историю. Тільки боротьборіння, наші предки, воїни. Ми, українські націоналісти, попередньо, ми не дозволимо розповсюджуватися піратної поплині на нашій землі.
Мы допоможем нашим соратникам та ідейним братам світовій боротьбі. Ми готові. Слава Україні! Героям слава!
As tensions between Russia and Ukraine reach another zenith, the worrying question of Ukraine's far-right movement and its political significance reemerges on the foreground. The question is as old as the war in the Donbass region itself, given the formation of numerous fascist and neo-Nazi paramilitary units at the very outset of the conflict. Unsurprisingly, few of the narratives regarding the specter of fascism in Ukraine are able to capture the reality and gravity of the situation. Though the Russians have been diligent in pointing out the alarming presence of far-right groups in the highest circles of Ukrainian politics, the motive coming from the Kremlin has been less than sincere. Rendering all anti-Russian voices as fascist comes with very predictable political bonuses, both domestically and abroad. This version of the story not only legitimizes Russia's involvement in the crisis, but effectively undermines the legitimacy of Ukraine's efforts to secure a basic degree of sovereignty. The narrative in Kyiv is not any better. Ukraine's political elite has moved from denial to false assurances that the problem has been resolved. Interestingly enough, the obfuscation is so strong that it makes a claim ironically parallel to Moscow's. The fascists are in fact patriots fighting for Ukrainian independence. Actual fascists and neo-Nazis are given state resources to conduct patriotic activities, mobilize younger generations, and maintain clandestine pressure on political opposition. The geopolitical implications of Ukraine's future are demonstrably significant. But how this future will shape the role of the far right, and how the far right will, in turn, shape the future of the country is potentially more important. The precedent the situation in Ukraine could set for a burgeoning radical right may produce disastrous ripple effects across the world. The genealogy of the Ukrainian far right warrants an investigation of its own. There is a long history of fascist, radical nationalist, and pro-Nazi movements, especially in the western provinces of the country. Undoubtedly, every aspect of this history contributes to the state of far-right activity in present-day Ukraine. Historical figures and organizations play a crucial role in the political legitimation of contemporary far-right movements. This is often coupled with the alarming trend of rehabilitating some of the most problematic figures in Ukraine's nationalist past. Perhaps the most influential of the rehabilitated fascist movements is the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists. Some voices in Ukraine have attempted to present the OUN as a national liberation group, fighting for Ukrainian sovereignty above all other principles. This, however, is strikingly insincere. As historian Per Anders Rudling writes, from the moment of its founding, fascists were integral to and played a central role in the organization. The OUN avoided designating itself as fascist in order to emphasize the originality of Ukrainian nationalism. In 1941, the organization split between a more radical wing, the OUN-B, named after its leader Stepan Bandera, and a more conservative wing, the OUN-M, led by Andriy Melnik. Both were totalitarian, anti-Semitic, and fascist. In terms of tactics, the OUN-M was more cautious and stayed loyal to Nazi Germany throughout the war, whereas the OUN-B took a more independent line. The OUN-M was a smaller and weaker organization, and plays a minor role in the nationalist myth-making today. In the years leading up to World War II, the OUN's primary focus was carrying out terrorist attacks. Operating primarily in western Ukraine, which at the time was under Polish rule, the organization targeted Polish political figures in a persistent terror campaign. The OUN maintained close relations with other fascist and far-right groups across Europe, from the Phalangists in Spain to the Ustaše in Croatia. Most importantly, the OUN proclaimed a strong affinity for Nazi Germany. It was on the basis of these warm relations that the OUN joined forces with the armies of the Third Reich during World War II. The OUN and its military wing, the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, were notorious killers, well known for perpetrating countless ethnic cleansings in Ukraine and Belarus. Roman Shukhevych, who was posthumously awarded the status of national hero by the President of Ukraine in 2007, went on to be a high-ranking officer in the Nazi army, personally responsible for many atrocities of the Holocaust. Rehabilitation of these freedom fighters continues to this day. In March of 2021, a stadium in the city of Ternopil was named after Stepan Bandera and Shukhevych, causing outrage in many communities who were rightfully shocked by the brazen endorsement. Bandera and others from the OUN are repeatedly framed by the far right as freedom fighters who fought neither for the Nazis nor the Soviets. Indeed, the celebration of Nazis and fascists in Ukraine is commonly masqueraded as a trendy exercise in rebuking the communist past, which has in large part been driven by government efforts to reinvent the nation's history. Ukraine suffered from many of the same afflictions as the post-Soviet republics in the wake of the Eastern Bloc's collapse. As the country was plundered by a ring of rising oligarchs, the roots of corruption, organized crime, and economic precarity dug deep into Ukrainian soil. The fundamental question of geopolitical orientation loomed over the country as it did over many of its neighbors. Was Ukraine's future with Moscow or with the West? In reality, the very posing of this question locked the country into a doomed fate, stuck between the prospects of being a low rung in one of two hegemonic spheres, all while suffering from a continued looting courtesy of the indubitably patriotic domestic elite. For Russia, a Western-aligned Ukraine was, and will likely always be, completely unacceptable. NATO's encroachment towards Moscow had already reached Russia's borders before the crisis in Ukraine began. The potential addition of Ukraine, Russia's largest contiguous neighbor to the West, would present a liability that the Kremlin would never want to afford. Conversely, Ukraine is little more than a means to an end for the West. Far from being concerned about the well-being of ordinary Ukrainians, the game for Washington and its allies is ultimately about applying persistent pressure on Russia, who exerts an uneasy level of influence over Europe with its vast exports of energy resources. Ukraine's political elite consists almost entirely of a circle of oligarchs, among whom there have always been pro-Russian and pro-European flavors. Thus, the long-standing conflict between the East and the West is played out not along inter-class dynamics, but intra-class dynamics. The false dichotomy between Moscow and Europe is perpetuated entirely by the fact that the representatives of Ukrainian capital are themselves only interested in those two options. Caught between these complex dynamics, the very legitimate question of the Ukrainian people's self-determination is contorted to fit anyone's interests except for those of the Ukrainian people themselves. In this sense, the far right offers Ukraine a uniquely independent vision, one that is almost as hostile to Western influence as it is to the tendrils of the Kremlin. The absence of a left-wing alternative to this dilemma only serves to amplify the allure of fascist and neo-Nazi ideology. Ukraine's ongoing project of decommunization is therefore not only a concerted effort to rewrite history, but also a political evisceration that creates space for fascist narratives to dominate alternative discourses. The far right is responsive to this reality, consciously or otherwise. Its proponents regularly proclaim a disdain even for those oligarchs and politicians who have thrown their weight behind the anti-Russian narrative. Indeed, few of the dominant far-right organizations offer anything other than begrudging tolerance for the establishment. The Orange Revolution of 2004 became the first condensation of contradictions in post-Soviet Ukraine. However, even with the ascension of the pro-West Viktor Yushchenko, the underlying tensions splitting the country in half were not resolved. The pro-Russian East squared off with the historically pro-European West. Ukraine's attempt to re-envision its national history resulted in what pro-Russian groups perceived to be a direct attack on the Russian-speaking population. With these changes came the rewriting of history itself, including the infamous rehabilitation of fascists. The second eruption was the Euromaidan Revolution in 2014, in which pro-Russian President Yanukovych was ousted after a series of earth-shattering protests. Ukraine found itself once again faced with the false dichotomy of the West and Russia. It was with the victory of the pro-European camp that the contemporary far-right in Ukraine finally found access to legitimate channels of power. During the time of the Maidan protests, the far-right existed primarily as circles of street thugs, football hooligans, and fringe political parties. Many of the most prominent fascist, ultranationalist, and neo-Nazi groups can trace their lineage back to the world of street gangs. Displays by a part of the Maidan protesters of neo-Nazi symbols such as swastikas, SS signs, the Celtic Cross, and the 1488 sign, referring to a white supremacist statement and Heil Hitler, in different Maidan-controlled areas also indicated presence and toleration of members of neo-Nazi organizations, groups, or their sympathizers among the protesters. The far-right thrived in the exceptionally violent environment of the Euromaidan, establishing a solid foothold in the political atmosphere emerging from the conflicts. The influence of such far-right organizations as the Right Sector and its members such as Trizub, UNA, UNSO, and the Patriot of Ukraine far exceeded their relatively small membership during the Euromaidan because they were paramilitary organizations and relied on violence. Many of their leaders and members had training in use of violence, including weapons and experience of participation in violence in Ukraine and other post-Soviet states. As a result of their involvement in the crucial Euromaidan violence that led to the overthrow of the Yanukovych government, the far right after the Euromaidan radically increased their influence in Ukrainian politics. The far-right members became integrated in the Ukrainian government. The police, the military, and the security services took active part in starting and waging the civil war in the Donbass. The far-right organizations, leaders, and members are treated as mainstream by the Ukrainian government and the media. Who among the far-right are the key players in the post-Maidan climate? The group that has garnered the greatest notoriety is none other than the Azov Battalion, an amalgam of street thugs who rose to prominence with the powerful patronage of Arsen Avakov, the Interior Minister of Ukraine since 2014. In 2021, Azov is anything but a loosely federated gang. Its leader, Andriy Beletsky, served a full term in the Ukrainian parliament and holds considerable political power in the country. Though it debuted as a paramilitary unit designed to fight in the war in Donbass, the group has grown into a national political movement. Its military wing is now formally incorporated into the National Guard, enjoying substantial access to state resources. Its political front, the National Corps, has active branches in every Ukrainian province. Azov, which has been accused by various NGOs of perpetrating innumerable human rights violations, runs multiple youth outreach programs where it offers children of all ages both ideological and physical conditioning courses. The Youth Corps, the Azovets Summer Camp, and an array of other programs are all geared towards drawing in young blood and socializing a new generation with patriotic values. Fortunately for Azov and friends, these community service initiatives are not dependent on the organization's coffers, but enjoy the backing of direct state funds under the thinly veiled guise of national patriotic education. Now that Azov is a formal component of the Ukrainian National Guard, it often attempts to run a clean operation, meaning it takes care to establish plausible deniability should anyone attempt to label it a white supremacist or even a neo-Nazi movement. Besides the laughably transparent use of neo-Nazi symbolism, Azov's connections to right-wing extremism are not difficult to trace. The recently opened First Nationalist Hub demonstrates not only the extent of Azov's resources, but its role in the far-right network of Ukraine. The hub was opened in the eastern city of Kharkiv in 2018, ostensibly as a community venue for cultural and political activities. The impressively well-equipped building often hosts public events ranging from English classes for children to knife combat tournaments for seasoned neo-Nazis. Azov utilizes the building in a remarkably adept manner, balancing the relatively harmless family days with intense mixed martial arts meetups frequented by fascists and war veterans. Should you attend one of these sports competitions, you would quickly notice that the hub's gym is adorned with flags and symbols from various far-right organizations. While such events are normally attended by the profoundly interconnected circles of Ukraine's extreme right, the possibility of encountering foreign participants is not negligible. Characteristically, the Western liberal establishment became significantly more concerned about Azov's network in Ukraine when it was discovered that right-wing radicals from all over the world were being attracted to the white supremacist havens Azov had built. Incidentally, the First Nationalist Hub is not the first building of its kind. Azov was running the Cossack House in Kyiv well before the hub's opening day. The strategy has always been perniciously effective. Centralize all of your projects in one space, where ex-military fascists can trade blows in the ring, across the hall from a student poetry contest. Azov and its many branches may be more or less at the center of the spider's web, but they are far from the only active and noteworthy organizations in Ukraine. One of Azov's contemporaries is the Right Sector, which similarly comes from humble beginnings. Much like Azov, the Right Sector rose to power around the time the Ukrainian Interior Minister pushed forward the formation of anti-terrorist units in response to escalating tensions in the Donbass region. While the Right Sector has no ornate hubs or youth wings, it is present in every Ukrainian province. As can be imagined, this presence is neither passive nor benign. The Right Sector's members have served on the front, oftentimes alongside Azov soldiers, since the beginning of the war. At home, the organization has been accused of perpetuating political violence, something the Right Sector can get away with more easily than Azov or its direct affiliates. Standing apart from its older associates, the fascist organization Centuria reflects a much more clear-cut ideological approach. Centuria's website is clear in its goal to establish a new generation of militants that are ideologically driven and professionally trained. The organization has a refined aesthetic, clearly inspired by Italian fascism, with its overt reference to Roman supremacy. Centuria has been entirely true to its word, staging regular training sessions for teenagers and young adults, all while maintaining a strong degree of political involvement. Even a cursory glance at any major far-right event reveals at least a handful of masked figures sporting Centuria's logo, often standing right below an Azov banner. The breadth and diversity of Ukraine's far-right encompasses not only the blatant neo-Nazis and fascists, but the ultranationalists as well. Tradition and Order represent precisely this tendency in Ukraine, posing as a nationalist political party with an Orthodox Christian twist. Tradition and Order is not as directly connected to the military as Azov, but it is nevertheless a prolific movement covering multiple locations across the country. In the typical fashion of the Ukrainian far-right, Tradition and Order members love to intimidate political opponents, harass minorities, and campaign for the most reactionary of principles. Despite stopping short of Nazism, it seems Tradition and Order did not escape the fashionable allure of forming a militant youth wing. The party's very own Legions of Order were described by its leader, Bogdan Khodakovsky, as ideologically equipped soldiers in training. The weekly agenda for a young man in the Legions is apparently 6 days of rigorous training, including, naturally, theological lessons and psychological preparation. There are many groups, parties, organizations, and associations in Ukraine that could undeniably be classified as far-right. Many of them make a habit of denying their rampant human rights abuses in the war, or their tediously apparent evocation of fascist and neo-Nazi rhetoric. But these efforts are, in the best cases, half-hearted and procedural, acting only as an obligatory hand wave to assuage onlookers. Just as the OUN before them were not simply nationalist revolutionaries, the fascists of present-day Ukraine are not simply soldiers fighting off foreign adversaries. It is no secret that since 2014, the far-right in Ukraine has enjoyed unprecedented political stature. Though fascist political parties like Svoboda have experienced a relative decline in their influence over parliamentary and executive bodies, the degree of integration, formally and otherwise, between mainstream politics and the far-right has only solidified in recent years. Azov's top officials regularly communicate with government authorities and politicians. When representatives of Azov's National Corps sat at a roundtable organized by the Institute of National Development think tank on March 10, 2021, it was their voices that advocated for uncompromising reintegration of the eastern provinces. Maxim Zhorin, the current head of the Central Staff of the National Corps, recommended taking the Baltic approach, in which pro-Russian citizens would be required to surrender any Russian documentation under threat of denaturalization. Azov and other dominant far-right organizations have been at the forefront of the recent escalation in anti-collaborationist legislation, calling for nothing short of a witch hunt on any individuals or groups perceived to be sympathetic to Russian interests. The militancy with which the far-right has demanded political purges muddles the otherwise well-founded intent to investigate Russian interference in Ukrainian affairs. Not only have parties like Tradition and Order insisted on liquidating the resources and media outlets of collaborators, representatives of various fascist organizations have been directly responsible for violent attacks against opposition. This is not to say that elements of the pro-Russian opposition have not been complicit in exacerbating the hostile atmosphere. What concerns us here the most, however, is the power the far-right commands both in formal channels and on the streets. Moving with impunity, fascist thugs are granted every opportunity to harass and assault anyone who they see as an enemy of the state. As is traditionally the case with fascist movements, enemies of the nation are abound. They range from alleged collaborators to members of the LGBTQ community. When a coalition of 10 fascist, neo-Nazi, and ultranationalist parties pushed forward their candidates for the public council at the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, their agenda was clear. Unprompted, they declared that LGBTQ veterans associations and Veterans for Cannabis were the ideological enemies of the right. Considering Tradition and Order had proudly announced that its members conducted a night raid of a gay bar in Kyiv not long before the coalition announcement, such campaign slogans were very much in keeping with the far-right's conspicuous public profile. The Ukrainian far-right enjoys an unusual opportunity in establishing its mythos. While most of its enemies are fictional at best and victims at worst, the far-right can point to the absolutely undeniable threat posed by Russia. Unlike other fascist movements, which have relied on conspiracies and disinformation, the Ukrainian far-right has the luxury of a real enemy, one that they can use to mobilize and radicalize the public. This is precisely what many groups, including Azov, have done. Indeed, as tensions on the border flare, it is powerful organizations like Azov which have made the first call to arms. Azov hosted a nationwide training and mobilization event on April 10, 2021. The event likely drew in thousands of participants from across the country. A general of the Ukrainian armed forces was in attendance as veterans and civilians alike ran through tactical, firearm, and medical drills. Azov has not been alone in these recent efforts. While Centuria's members attended the Azov training sessions, groups like Right Sector and Karpatska Sich called on the public to enlist in volunteer units, holding similar mobilization events to bolster their recruitment numbers. Even the possibility of a heightened military conflict with pro-Russian rebels acts as an invaluable legitimizing tool for the far right, who are frequently first in assuring the population that they will defend the country from invaders. Whether hostilities at the border turn to all-out war or not, organizations like Azov will benefit from the effects of a rallying cry. At best, the Ukrainian establishment has remained complacent to the threat of right-wing extremism. At worst, the nominally liberal ruling circles have facilitated the spread and consolidation of the far right. The fascists and neo-Nazis have enjoyed explicit and implicit support, with the most well-funded groups receiving direct support from oligarchs and politicians. Lesser-known organizations may not have agreements with the government to conduct national patriotic education for children, but they are nevertheless afforded relative legal impunity, which proves to be a powerful advantage for a movement that emphasizes intimidation tactics and simple thuggery to get its way. The establishment's commitment to wiping out the left and amplifying an increasingly nationalist mythos only aids the far right in positioning itself deeper in Ukraine's socio-political framework. With active paramilitary networks, connections to the armed forces and the government, youth camps, and community building centers, the Ukrainian far right represents the most successful amalgamation of ultranationalist, fascist, and neo-Nazi movements in the contemporary world. As Ukraine plunges deeper into instability, and as Ukrainians become increasingly deprived of truly liberatory exit options, the prospects of a fascist takeover move from possibility to inevitability.
When I was a little girl, I didn't think there was anything that I liked better than ice cream.
Fellow man, I don't think you're honest, and I think you're a larper just like that.
When I was a little girl, I didn't think there was anything that I liked better than ice cream. Now I'm a big girl, and I've decided there's something I like better, much better. It's called the stuff. And believe me, enough is never enough.
So tell me about the stuff.
Behavior modification stuff, troubled teen industry stuff, and the stuff, the ripple effect stuff, all this stuff, cicada stuff, the shadow box stuff, the stuff with Hampstead, Hope, Nebraska stuff, and Timothy Homestead stuff. A lot of this stuff was connected to
Where's the stuff?
the stuff with the Smith Modernization Act, all that other stuff. They were involved with this stuff. Say some of this stuff. Rules and stuff, craziest stuff you'll ever learn about. Voice to skull stuff. Telling them stuff. Hey, I'm not cool with that stuff. There's so much stuff, stalker issues and all that stuff, troubled teen industry stuff. That stuff does connect to the Attorney General.
You got any of the stuff?
Underground mole stuff, and all this stuff going on with the Sentinel, and a lot more stuff out there. Ventilating stuff, Lauren Picard stuff, but I'm not touching that stuff with a 10-foot pole. I stay away from some of that stuff. Dirty bomb, hoaxes, and stuff, trademark stuff. That stuff about people, that stuff is a little bit different than the ARG stuff with that Game 23 stuff. I try to keep that stuff very separated.
Hey, Synth, go fuck yourself, cunt.
Blue Yeti team we're just trolling. It's all in good fun.
It's fun when it's happening all day, every fucking day, everywhere you go.
Yep, but if they want to keep mentioning the Attorney General of Texas and the Attorney General of Oklahoma, I'm good with that. Keep doing that, sugar. Go ahead and mention Ken Paxton, Shadowbox Strategies, Ed Bukowski, Jocelyn Raddick, Trevor Fitzgibbons, and other people. I talked to some of them.
Yeah, you can ask me something going up with that.
I'm tired of getting threatened with false fucking lawsuits, cease and desist and stuff that never happened.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying is they've got videos on their channel mirroring us saying we're slandering Aaron V. Cox when Aaron V. Cox has got how many fucking sock accounts using my picture?
Becky.
Yeah, how many? And actually, it's not your picture. It's the copyrighted picture. It's not your picture straight up there, Dinkus.
Becky.
Right? But we're gonna hear this out. Here comes Jolly.
Been catching that shit for a long time.
Becky, poop,
Right.
You don't realise it, Cox, but your balls are in a vice, mate. I'm about to light the fire and you're going to have to cut the bits and pieces off your
And the fact that he is so far away from the main target here is hilarious.
That's exactly right. And what are my balls doing in your little jar there, witch? Ratchet Face 2.0. So she got Cox's balls. She's got the whole setup there.
Becky.
What's up, Jackie?
And whatever, you know, they're just gonna cause trouble on the panel. Nobody else wants to be on the panel with them because they don't want it brought into theirs. You know, like it's just gonna get stuff started. Like they can't just enjoy a stream, and it's gonna be something. And it's some kind of like they always think everything's a SmackDown. What about that, huh? What about that? Another thing that's been happening this week, Aaron keeps uploading my clips. What is that? What is that on?
You know that. Just giving you some details about him that I've now asked Aaron twice about. Because the dude's been talking about the Bundys and LaVoy and putting up some footage of that. And, well, Aaron talked about the wife quite a bit back in the day. And the husband. In this high double-digit YouTuber, he's got all kinds of people in their comment section wanting them to stand up, saying they'll follow him like they followed the Bundys and the boys. So I just wanted to ask you about how good a friend you were with him. If you could let me know. Didn't you used to talk about Stacy back in the day a lot too? Just ask him for a friend. Anyway, we need to get to Mark Connors, aka Mark Cruz. The one that Colleen talks about that Eric supposedly protects. I found some information. Colleen has been going on for years about this man being obsessed with her. Now you know this man got in trouble. Sexual, what was it, misconduct with a minor? Since his YouTube trailer park crash, Lisa Lake, the one you're in, you decided to move into the trailer park crash with Tacos and Aaron there, didn't you? Yeah. Oh boy. Well, seems Taco tried to weaponize Mark Cruz against Eric previously. And I'm not white knight for Eric. I just found this and it's exactly what it is. So let's go ahead and screen share, shall we? Hold on a minute. We might put this one on private. Taco's live over there.
Becky Dean, she's a gambling good.
Oh,
Got
there
Miss
you go.
Becky Dean, honey, all over the world. And Miss Becky Dean, she's a gambling good.
Whoops. What did that say? Let's do it one more time. Let's show.
Drinking all night in a tavern, my head is a mighty heavy load. I feel like I've been run
This is what we had to say about that message. I'm not going to keep it up for
Where
long.
we trying to go? Life's got a bucket full of wolves, poor little critter on the road. Poor little critter on the road.
Yeah. Right.
Well, I must have me a good time, cause I'm feeling so poorly today. Somehow I quite can't remember, that's one of the prices that you pay.
Okay, here's the proof of the bed that was, they have a real bed in the group hacking. I know him. He works for computer security for the federal government. He and Toast had a gaming channel years ago. It goes on.
Well, I can remember the drinking, dancing on into the night. Something
She's
about
wanting to blame
and I started up a fight. Well,
another woman
maybe I'm only getting old.
for attacking a man's livelihood. So she's defending. She's like, cowards attack vets the same time they preach, is what Taco says. Here, and she says the person's name, attacks a man's livelihood in her article.
Down low, I'll be ready to go to bed all alone
And why?
once again. My
defending.
plane from the city was late, and there weren't anyone there to meet my flight coming in. But I'm not waiting for you to come home, 'cause I know that may never come true. When it's cold at dawn, you're so far gone, I still miss someone like you. I still miss someone like you.
The doc said you'll live, but I got no pills to give you to send you back in time. Just go home and go to sleep.
Over there
and pray
telling
the
me that I'm
Lord
with
your soul
Thomas
to keep.
Schoenberg,
And by
and I need to
the
get my
sweet
promise.
the while. 'Cause I'm not
waiting about day back.
To come home,
It's never
'cause I
ending.
know that may never come true. But when it's cold at dawn, you're so far gone, I still miss someone like you. I still miss someone like you.
Cox over there telling me that I'm with Thomas Schoenberger, and I need to get my Thomas Muffin.
Living alone this way.
Cox over there dating me about Dave Axton. It's never ending.
But I still look for you when that train rumbles through.
So tacos,
That's a
keep your healthy
sign that I
badly,
know you'd understand.
and go get your Thomas Muffin.
I'm not waiting for you to come home, 'cause I know
Sounds like you and tomorrow both, huh? I can email him right away. Will you contact tomorrow, right? Ooh. Did I say something I shouldn't have? See, I don't care. I'm here to be here. I'm not here to troll or to We don't want to just go after everybody here. Instead of leaving other people away. So let's scribble out the names. There we go. Now we'll take this off. Share this. Oh my. Let's put this background up. There you have it. Make it real big. This right here says Mark Connors trolls out to support Mark. Natural disaster. And then it has a YouTuber's name here. That's why I cut off the whole article. But it's for YouTube right here. That's Pauline. Here is, and she mentions another YouTuber. Attacks man's livelihood in her article. So this is Pauline defending Mark Connors. So you got that. Now let's pull up another one. No, it's going to do this, or I would have had them ready for this. Yeah, this is a good one for it shows her supporting her.
Psychological processing. Make a decision whether or not if I want to think like that or not. Because like I said, back in the 1700s, he explained in a way why you would create a crash, like why you have like a crash test dummy and you accelerate them into that wall. You're driving them off a cliff, the fiscal cliff, the financial cliff. You're being accelerated towards the lemming cliff and you don't even know. You have no idea. That's why I don't invest a lot of money in stuff that doesn't have physical substance. Like, it has to make my life better. So if I buy things I like and need and use, and that I know other people like me and use, such as tools. If there is a crisis, tools would be good for you. You can work on things and do stuff. Especially if you can't go buy things, you can just maintain the things you got. You might think, oh, okay, you're like one of those preppers where you're going to stock a bunch of nuts and bolts or something, and it's like, no, but you know, having
making
what
you know,
have, like,
split piece of the ingredients gotta make sense.
you
Right?
just
You gotta put in the right portions and all that. Ingredients, you know,
by chance
measurement
and
matters.
decided to collect them, I don't think you should go out and spend a lot of money on it, but if you just, instead of just throwing nuts and bolts away that you have, just put them in a little bucket in the corner and just keep putting all your nuts and bolts there, and then one day if you have to sort it, you could have all these different things and just save what you got, things that fall off of shit, you don't know what it is, you just find a nut on the ground, throw it in a fucking box.
You think it's a joke?
Shining in the sunlight, roaring in
You think it's a joke? You think it's a joke?
Aren't corrupt, so we kind of need to not help them get taxes from us. So anything we can do that doesn't break the law, okay? You have to be within the confines of the law, but not give them your money. It's like boycotting the government. You need to boycott the government until the government pulls its dick out of its ass and fucks themselves. I don't even know. Fuck that.
Okay, so why am I expected to try with cocks about a 15-year-old or whatever? Why am I expected to do that? Why am I supposed to care? Okay, go ahead.
Don't change the subject.
That's what I'm saying. There's never been any content here. I wouldn't even call it truth. I would say I talk about conspiracy theories. Yes, I don't know that to be true. I'm giving you my perspective, and then you can take what little bits you can from it, and like learn or whatever. I am wondering. Turn it up. Yeah, I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Like, man, that's so out of this world. It doesn't make sense. It's gonna kind of make sense. That's the most important part to everything. To making, split pieces. The ingredients gotta make sense. Right? Gotta put in the right portions and all that. Ingredients, measurements matter. So it's like passion and when to turn it in and when to turn it up.
You're too stupid anyway, so fuck what I got. Blah, blah, blah. What the fuck does it matter? You're all too fucking stupid anyways. But like I said, even if you could, it's like, the government's fucking corrupt, dude. It's corrupt everywhere. That's not the point. I'm not really anti-government, I'm anti-corrupt. Dude, they're fucking corrupt, so why would I want to give my money to a fucking system? A corrupt fucking system. That's fucking overboard.
I've done it. And I don't proud. I've done it. And I don't. I'm not proud of it. You know.
Overzealous fucking Nazis. I want to say, here's my money. Now enslave me with that. Thank you. Oh, I love being I love being in your maximum security prison you call the fucking Threat Fusion Center.
Grab your popcorn.
Like a frog in a pot, they just slowly eat away at the Constitution and our rights until it's normal.
We don't know we don't know what else to talk about it. We're given topics to talk about. I was seeing the other day, John Benet Ramsey and Katy Perry. I mean, wasn't that? I did a video about that in 2016.
Grab your popcorn.
God damn. Why are people so fucking stupid?
Honest to goodness, the bars weren't open this morning. There must have been more
Yeah, you gotta get mad. Some human being.
You, okay. When it comes to this truth community, so to speak,
There is no such thing as content here. They've never had it.
the only thing that's been done is they got your queen bees and your master king, right?
And they're putting out the videos for it. Now, what people have been doing is mocking these videos, just doing repetitive and they're spin. That's what the truth community
was. You hear me? That's what the truth. That's what the truth community was. You hear me?
They're afraid to fight back. They're a bunch of cowardly little bitches who sell out and think that's strength. That they're going to get a little bit but all they do is undermine themselves. Once that zombie, they're all trading on them. They die. They undermine themselves with corruption. They go out on a limb with corruption, and we sever that limb. So good riddance to those motherfuckers.
I did something, if you want to say I did something, you show proof. Straight up, you're not showing any proof. But that's fine. That's what you're all about. You just talk. 5 people in the chat room, all who hate you, Spitfire, said you did it, so you did. Eric, foot in mouth. Okay, Tiff, that's great. Whatever, man. Where'd you come from? Has anybody asked himself why Tiffany, the Honor Network shill in this pocket? Have you guys even asked yourself why she's here? You probably haven't. I'm still waiting for that proof that I was on Kim's panel with Lori. Fuck it. You know what? I'm going to call Lori right now.
Stop. I'm sending Pale Horse's IP address to the FBI right now.
Not her, whoever you are, you're being traced.
About Renee, the anti-vaccine stuff that connects with Del Bigtree and the International Tribunal of Natural Justice. Let's see if I can really get these idiots on their beta bikes to get twiggered, and then I'll start going meow, meow, zero, like me now. Told you all this stuff with Cazette 3 years ago with Neo Q Tommy. Stuff I wasn't going to let go. And I'm going to make sure I know exactly who's talking to who around that stuff with Neo Q Tommy in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with Aaron Cox and Sugar Shine and all that stuff connecting back to a bunch of other names now that I don't have to say. I don't care if I confuse you, Tree Renfro. You were stupid when I first met you. You told me to take a Valium when I was telling you not to live stream with Thomas Schoenbergers and your drug dealer.
Yeah.
Blue Yeti team we're just trolling. It's all in good fun. About Renee, the anti-vaccine stuff that connects with Del.
Stop. I'm sending Pale Horse's IP address to the FBI right now.
Not her, whoever you are, you're being traced.
Stop. I'm sending Pale Horse's IP address to the FBI right now.
Not her, whoever you
So it's
are,
like-
you're being traced.
Do you want to be driven off a cliff?
Stop.
Because you know what's at the bottom of the cliff?
Pale Horse's IP address to the FBI right now.
You can't
Not-
get food. You can't get
Her,
water. You can't
whoever
get
you
heat.
are, you're
you
being
can't get air.
traced.
You can't get electric. You can't nothing. You can't.
Stop.
You can't get it.
I'm sending
It's gone.
Pale Horse's IP
That's the
address
cliff. The
to
cliff
the
is
FBI right now.
that little
Not-
cushy, comfortable
her,
life being a
whoever
slave.
you are, you're
It's a
being traced.
cushy job to be a slave because you have
Stop.
all those
I'm
comforts of
sending
life.
Pale Horse's IP address.
If you're a
to the
slave, they
FBI
feed
right
you,
now.
clothe you, take care
Not-
of you.
her,
Are the
whoever you
slaves
are,
gonna
you're being
leave the
traced.
farm and go and live in what, a mud
Up.
hut?
I'm sending
Do
Pale
they have
Horse's
those
IP address to the
20-inch
FBI right now.
rims, 30-inch rims,
Not
and the bling bling,
her,
and
whoever
the
you are,
jing
you're
jing,
being
and the
traced.
hip hop boop bop that we
Up.
created.
I'm sending Pale Horse's IP address to the FBI right now.
And they're enslaved
Not
to
her,
what we created.
whoever you are, you're being traced.
That's why we're the builders. We're the
Up.
master builders.
I'm sending Pale Horse's IP address to the FBI right now.
Master
Not her, whoever you are, you're being traced.
stone builders.
Up.
The megalithic
Send
stone builders.
Pale Horse's
with
IP
the
address
cone
to the FBI right now.
heads.
Not her, whoever you are, you're being traced.
Tommy, 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 Tommy. Poop, poop, poop. Tommy, 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 poop.
Because I'm a hybrid. I'm not a cone head.
Tommy, Tommy,
I'm half
Tommy.
I'm John
Tommy,
Bolt. I'm
Tommy,
what happens when a
Tommy.
cone head meets
Tommy,
with a savage. I'm called John the Savage. But it's like you're half savage,
Tommy,
half
Tommy,
alpha,
Tommy,
and
Tommy,
those are like
Tommy,
conflicting.
Tommy.
That's where you get the dyslexia from. That's where you start narrating like Da Vinci, because Da Vinci was a half breed too.
Tommy,
That's why I can
Tommy,
use more
Tommy,
of my
Tommy,
brain than
Tommy,
the average fucking beta, delta fucking zombie.
Tommy,
And they think
Tommy,
they're the
Tommy,
alphas.
Tommy,
You
Tommy,
know, they're like, we run this, and they're like, yeah.
Tommy, Tommy,
Those people over there think they run this.
Tommy, poop. Tommy,
Edward Bernays'
Tommy,
tactic is called inner city violence. That's why Jay-Z will hold up our symbol, the Illuminati symbol, which is the eye of Lucifer.
We were live.
Kind of like in the eye of Zoron,
I like this character.
Lord of the Rings. It's like that eye of whatever the fuck that guy was, Zoron. I don't know. That's the eye of Lucifer. That's why he's all dark and weird and fucking Lucifer. Not like a powerful demon. Oh yeah, he's a powerful demon. He's the most powerful demon created by God himself. So that if you sin through gluttony, like you're a fat fucking stupid zombie and you think you can go to church and ask for forgiveness or something like, it's like, yeah. The trick is
over there telling me that I'm with Thomas Schoenberger, and I need to get my Thomas numbers. Fox over there baiting me about Dave Axton. It's never ending.
It's your face I long to see.
by God himself. So that if you sin through gluttony, like you're a fat fucking stupid zombie, and you think you can go to church and ask for forgiveness or something like, it's like, yeah. The trick is, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to do that, and then, you know, then try to act like, you know, you didn't do that or it was something else. Eating too much has nothing to do with your weight. There's no correlation.
1, 2, 3.
Instead, then they jump, and I'm like, now give me that car back, give me that house back. You didn't actually have that. And I did that. That's giving you a false sense of security.
We were live.
Not only that, there's a little bit of narcissistic fishing in there.
I like this character. We were live. I like this character.
The fishing is giving you that false sense of security. Even the dissent thing. The propaganda, the lies, the slow eroding away of the Constitution.
You're a violator.
The frog in the pond.
You're a violator.
You don't see the cliff ahead. If you did, you would fucking stop, turn around. You don't see the flavors.
Aaron B. Cox.
Even if you escape the cave,
You were the one who sat there by my side while I let other people start calling me Pleatherman, Aaron B. Cox, you dumbass, two-faced, stupid idiot.
If anyone in Vegas knows where I'm at and you're awake, stop in while I'm eating a pizza and run up on me. I dare you to run up on me. Come on. You know where I'm at, right? Yeah, I know he's a troll. He said a bunch of sleuths clearly projected his gayness onto the friggin' chat. I see what he's doing.
Aaron Cox, a disgusting, drug-pushing.
Anybody looking for a good train wreck? I'm looking for a good train wreck. Do those words sound familiar to anybody? A train wreck.
he's after his pearl. Which is kind of like you.
Oh,
like
come
you're
on.
his
Does it
pearl.
sound familiar or not?
And so when you're chasing him, that's his pearl.
That sounds familiar.
And that's what he wants. Like he wants you to follow him and chase him. He wants that. That's his. That's his money.
If anyone in Vegas knows where I'm at and you're awake, stop in while I'm eating a pizza and run up on me. I dare you to run up on me. Come on. You know where I'm at, right? Yeah, I know he's a troll. He said a bunch of sleuths clearly projected his gayness onto the friggin' chat. I see what he's doing.
But that just be what they want you to think, because they know shit is funny and it feels like this. So, but I don't completely deny it. I can't. How can you prove it? Well, is the cat dead or alive? God is the cat, so you have to consider it's both dead and alive until you observe the results, because the observation changes the outcome.
So the Yeti team are just freaking trolls. It's always good fun.
It's good fun when it's happening all day, every fucking day, everywhere you go.
Yep, but if they want to keep mentioning the Attorney General of Texas and the Attorney General of Oklahoma, I'm good with that. Like that, sugar? Go ahead and mention Ken Paxton, Shadowbox Strategies, Ed Butowski, Jocelyn Raddick, Trevor Fitzgibbons, and other people. I talked to some of them.
Yeah, you can ask me something doing up.
I'm tired of getting threatened with false fucking lawsuits, cease and desist and stuff that never happened. Because I'm saying is they've got videos on their channel mirroring us, saying we're slandering Aaron B. Cox When Energy Stocks has got how many fucking stock accounts using my picture?
Yeah.
Not your picture.
The anti-vaccine stuff that connects with Dell Big Tree and the International Tribunal of Natural Justice.
Even today, I'm still smiling about it. And the amount of time I spent today going through, grabbing screenshots, clipping audio, whatever, because I was just going to come on and just dump a lot and say, right, fuck up, this is it, and you're a line clip.
Right.
Now, tell me what you've got. And I know that in the long run, that's the most stupid thing to do, given what we're working towards.
Again, don't know. You know me, I'm already upset with you saying that. No, that would not be stupid to do. We're going to drag this person over the coals for the next 2 years. And hopefully we'll be filing a motion against them for cyber fucking and harassment and defamation.
Well, that's a lot of what I was doing last night.
So again, you make a motion, I'll drive to that state and I'll file that motion. I guarantee you.
I can file down here and we can file up there too. That'll be interesting. I think it is. Let's face it, that was over international borders, wasn't it? Yeah.
Actually, unfortunately, damn, that's not a joke. That's a cult.
Yeah.
It's a cult I'm actually trying to expose. People want to come in here asking questions about what happened last night. Well, people that doxed Scully fucking were online trying to deny that they doxed someone and saying it was a clone stock account when we know the IP address there already. So we'll be exposing this stuff eventually. Right now, we're going to keep our agents hidden. We don't need to show everyone our whole hand yet. See, we're playing 5D checkers now with some stupid idiots trying to play chess.